ocean floor, down deep we wander. Louder we sing, no there is no cure in this together. I don't wanna tell you that it's not real. Nothing is a fairy tale. Everything about you is so unreal. It won't be pretty when it ends. Now how could I leave with your sweet love on me? Yeah, yeah. Something about you always makes it harder. When you got my lipstick on your white shirt collar. See you. Hearts and letters carved into the shore. We'll never grow old. I don't wanna tell you that it's not real. Nothing is a fairy tale. But everything about you is so unreal. It won't be pretty when it ends. Now how could I leave with your sweet love on me? Yeah, yeah. Something about you always makes it harder. When you got my lipstick on your white shirt collar. Show you the tricks that I know. I'm getting tired of talking, and I need more of a show right now. It's time that you made your mind up, 'cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking, going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. Like the others, I will stay. 'Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I know I can win right now. You got me up tonight, 'cause loving you is like I'm walking a tightrope so high. I won't be turning around, no, I won't be turning around. It's the right time, I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I will win tonight. I'll do it on my way. I'm gonna show you what I'm going through. Get you out of your comfort zone. 'Cause I need more of the truth right now. It's time that you made your mind up. 'Cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking, going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. I won't stop like the others, I will stay. 'Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright.
That's why, like, a bucket is one of, like, an adventurer's best tools that should always keep on hand.
Why does it always smell bad, though?
Well, that's because you're using it right. Don't use it as a drinking vessel, though. That's a bad idea.
So, crack.
Yeah. Okay. I suppose that's true. Hey, guys. Welcome to Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons. This week for Chapter 68. The prelude to the best episode ever, I'm guessing. That's what people are telling me. So, yeah. Back again for the new year. Second session in the new year. 2023 working pretty well for everyone, I hope. So, last week, chapter 67, we had the players wrapping up their time in the Nepsa Valley with Volred's family. That went okay. You know, there was death and well, I guess not a funeral, but there could have been. And then the players got a little bit of loot that they were having to wait for, and departed back to Kyosi or Kyoso, and were waiting to pick it up the very next day at the Stone Sunder Armory, particularly armor for someone, I think maybe Yandere. So, yeah. So, at this wonderful morning on the 24th day of the first seed, you guys awake at the Kyosen Palace. Relatively simple, as you guys would imagine. As the last time you were here, the servants bring in a little wheel tray with a small collection, like a banquet, of breakfast foods for you guys to consume. But the air around the palace, I would say, is even more silent than it was before you left. Almost as if other than you and perhaps a handful of servants, as if no one is at the palace at all. So, but the morning is yours, and you still have, and you guys have already kind of set up chartering a boat from Abelon to take you to Choriston, another one of the capital of one of the other principalities here in the Free Cities.
Yeah, Kerosene.
Yep. Ketamine.
And die 6 lightning damage. So, the morning is yours, however.
So we're not at the mountain villa. We're now at the palace.
Yeah, we are back at Kyosa.
Yeah, I guess you're not at the palace. You're at the castle.
The other one should have been the old palace.
Yes.
Yes, we're at the new.
Yes, which, to be fair, the old one is more of a palace, and this one is more of a castle. The main distinction of which being the castle is built for defense, the palace is built for living life and looking good while doing it.
It's like an Iceland, Greenland kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think, I think of it more like the palace is more like Disney fairy tale. It's there for looks, and it's there to bring people in and go, wow, these guys are rich. Versus a castle that's like I don't think we can take this building. It looks too well defended. That's why I like all the the Disney castles never really seem to have walls around them.
Because it's fantasy, Eric.
Because they're palaces, not castles.
Got a moat that somehow effectively works, even though you could just make wooden structures to go over the moat.
We could poke holes in Disney fantasy buildings all day, or we could continue.
No, I'm gonna go on I'm gonna just grab like a biscuit and a couple strips of bacon, and I'm just gonna go out. I mean, we're waiting on the orders to be filled, so we really don't have a lot to do. I'm just gonna go on a jog.
In
walk.
armor?
No.
Okay. I was like,
that'd
just be kind of funny, just kind of jogging down the street in armor. Everyone would be like, oh my god, where's the monster?
Characters with high strength never talk about the upkeep. You have to work for that.
Some people are just naturally gifted, I guess.
I'm working for myself.
It's running from your fears. So Volred, I assume we're all kind of eating a little bit of breakfast together. Should we... Did they pass the information to here to let them know that we're going to need a ship going to Coruscant or Cadaver or whatever that city was called?
Oriston?
You're joking. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
Let me check. And I will flag down one of the servants, just, raising my hand, not even like looking around to see if, anyone's even there noticing.
Uh, yeah, after a few minutes, one of the serving servants kind of makes their way in. Kind of a middle-aged human, just kind of bows. Goes, yes, your grace.
I would like to check to see if arrangements had been made for us to sail to Coruscant. I'm not sure if that message was given by my father or anyone at the old palace to ready a boat. Do you know anything about this, perhaps?
Yes, Master Elam received a notification from your father this past evening. I believe a boat has already been chartered to depart on the morrow from Abelin.
Perfect. Is there a specific time we need to be there, or is this a private charter where we arrive when we arrive?
It's private charter, as far as I understand. There are some goods that are being transported, but mostly just to help subsidize the cost of the trip.
Okay, so no sense of a specific schedule to meet. That's good to know. I would assume we will leave in the morning, but that gives us additional time should anything come up. Thank you.
Yes, of course. And he just kind of bows. Will you be requiring anything for your journey?
How far away is that other city?
Abelin to Coruscant? Should be about a 1 day by boat. About a full 24 hours.
There are a few things that I would desire for me to take on the next leg of my journey. If you could pack me one of my pillows, as well as an assortment of body washes and hypogenic products.
Yes, of course. Shall I place it in the duffel?
Of course.
Of course.
And if you could, there's an old blanket in my closet, red. It's impossible to miss. Go ahead and pack that as well.
Indeed. The one with the silver trim.
Yes.
Very well. I shall endeavor to have it ready. And he kind of bows and then departs.
You're taking the pillow and blanket?
Would anyone else like one?
No. I figured everywhere we kind of go, it kind of has those. It's more of a comfort
Ah.
of home kind of thing.
Yes. I didn't think I would miss it as much. And for a while, I didn't. Out there, adventuring, took me away from home for a while. But being back brings back a sense of comfort that, if given the choice, I would like to take with me. You can't tell me you don't have something from home that you wish you had with you right now.
Not really. Well, more about function. I'm assuming everything here is high thread count.
Well, high thread count is functional.
Yeah, it's just not a necessity when traveling, and
So you would forego something of pleasure, even if it meant a small item to bring.
well, I would definitely do the pleasure part, guys. Just didn't bring anything with me.
Well, I guess that is your choice and your ability to choose not to.
we also kind of are leaving under different circumstances.
That's true. I still don't believe there isn't one thing you would take. But if you're gonna deny that, so be it.
I mean, there's a whole bunch of magic stuff I would have taken, but that's not the point of going out on your own. If you go using a bunch of your family's fortunes to get by, it kind of feels like cheating.
Oh, well, it's not using my family fortunes to get by. I've proved I could get by. Why not be comfortable while doing so?
I guess technically I didn't bring it from home, but I went and got it. So I have the axe. So,
An axe?
yeah, my axe.
Well, I guess that is a suitable answer. Yandere, is there anything that you wish you could have, or you wish you could have right now from your own home?
Well, there are a lot of things I wish I could have from my own home. But, I mean, that's also part of the reason. I mean, I'm in a different realm. It's not as easy as somewhat going just a boat ride down the river and getting right back home. I miss everything.
If there was one specific thing you could have taken with you, what would it have been?
Well, that's very difficult to ask. There are two things that I would have taken with me. But you only asked for one. I don't know if you want me to tell you both of those things since your question was only needed for one.
If you would like to disclose both items, that would be of interest.
Well, they're not really items, but people.
Oh?
Yes, Tira and Callan.
Who are Tira and Callian?
Well, they are my court.
Can you define what that is?
A group of people whose spirits have intertwined and function together through life.
Great. That's interesting. I feel like I want to know more, but if I ask, I might get confused.
Well, we could talk about courtships and stuff later if you want to know more about kind of where you come from.
I have done a lot of self-journey recently. That would be interesting to hear no more about the Fae in general. Still something that seems such a different world.
Yes, it's quite wild. Are you okay?
Yes.
Oh, great. So, what else are we doing?
Well, we're waiting for kelmak to come back from his jog.
Did he take his armor?
Oh.
I've never seen him without his armor, so I was just curious.
Just looks like a furry person.
Well, he's a cat.
Don't jog naked. That would be obscene.
You can jog without a shirt on.
Brit Mix, do it.
Wait,
We need Fabio Kelmak, please, on a horse, if we could.
Yandere wasn't at the spa, right? Was Yandere at the spa?
I think he was there. I don't think...
He was there. Oh, okay. You were at the spot, so you have seen Kelmak outside of his armor. It is what you would think it is.
cat.
The feline. Oh, that never mind. I thought better of what I was about to say. Back to character. All right.
Twitch TOS, please.
Is there anything in particular you're wanting to accomplish while you're out, kelmak?
Yeah. I'm wanting to go by the church.
Okay. The
If I
Torch
can.
of Teleri?
Yes.
Cool. You jog what is technically like clear across the town,
Just running from his troubles.
and reach the church.
Easy. It's a light jog.
Takes him 5
Yeah.
hours.
Yeah, and you make it to the Temple of Teleri.
So Volred signed an order to start restorations, right? And it's only been a couple days, right? Nothing's really happened, right? There's no work already being done. That would be too fantasy-ish, right? Like all of a sudden in one day people get permits and get supplies and oh no, all of a sudden the church is rebuilt.
No, nothing like that. However, it definitely does look as though some scaffolding has begun to kind of be put up. Looks like some of the kind of windows have been boarded a little bit for protection. And it looks as though some foundation of construction is starting.
Well, I will. Did they kick all the homeless out, or the homeless still? Because I mean, that's
Nope.
that's their charges. Yeah, I'll go see if the priestess lady is around, available to talk to.
Yep. Heading inside, you find the priestess Espar, who kind of regards you as you enter, even without your armor.
I'm pretty
Leonin are
yeah.
not very common in this part
I'm-
of the world.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, we haven't seen any other Leonins, right? The whole time we've been around.
Nope, you would have spotted perhaps a few tabaxi.
They can't change their
But
spells.
large Leonins are very rare.
This part of the
Hey.
world, yes.
Yeah.
You'd need to go farther south.
Excuse me, miss. I just wanted to apologize for my dour attitude some days past. I was not in the brightest of days of recent. Some memories had been dredged up. But I should not have treated you or your mission in the disrespectful way that I did in telling you that it is worthless. Because no mission is worthless if someone devotes their life to it.
Kind of
And
regards you a little bit. Well, it seems prayer can work miracles.
indeed it can. It's worked miracles on me, and I hope that it continues working. I do hope that the money my associate friend, I think maybe we could call each other now, will help bolster your temple and maybe draw in an acolyte or two, as I'm sure you would be much well to see.
I'm confused. I was unaware that you were acquainted with Master Devlop.
Yes, we were separated at the time. We've been
Well, he was
traveling
there.
for-
He was just wearing an Arthur skin suit.
Oh, that's right. That separated is an okay description. Because actually, no, he was outside, right? With the cart.
Nope, he was inside. He got to hear everything Aspar said about you.
Okay. Oh well, yes, we are friends. Yeah. Um, I think if not, I think our travels will have us grow closer as friends. But uh, seeing him in the short time I have known him, there has been a metamorphosis. I think would be an apt word amongst the man. Uh, and seeing him turn so quickly and attack wrongdoings with such fervor caused me to realize my own errors and strive to correct my way. And in such, one of the first things that I am available to do is offer my condolences for my poor attitude.
I appreciate that, and it certainly did appear as though you had some issues to deal with. I suppose, really, the only thing any of us can really hope to do is to recognize our mistakes and move forward, and let the rest of our lives serve as the amends for our transgressions.
Our lives are a path with many splits and many roads to take, and it is up to the individual and their partners in life to help lead them on a path towards greatness.
Indeed.
Um, I am just out for a morning run. Is there anything I could assist with at the moment? I did see them setting up for repairs. Any diseases someone may have contracted that need a cleansing, wounds?
No, thank you. After word of the generous help that Master Derlov provided on behalf of his family, several other merchant members of the city also decided to contribute funds. Even His Grace, Baron Mole, dedicated a not insignificant, indeed matching, Master Derlov's contributions piece for piece. With the additional help, we should be well on our way to fully restoring the church. He seemed quite happy with the event when he came to see the members of his men that I were treating here.
Yes, I did hear tell of the issues that have been lingering, which hopefully we've been able to spur a wave of corrections, not corrections, remedies to the problems afflicting the town, and to leave
Yes.
everyone a brighter and more glorious morning.
Well, again, I appreciate your help, and I shall endeavor to ensure that this generosity is not wasted.
I am without a doubt that you will see all resources put to what they need to be put towards to help all. But I should probably be getting back. You have a blessed morning into your afternoon to a restful evening.
Very well. Have a good
Now
day.
head on back.
Head on back. So, Volred, your duffel has been brought. It has been well packed with blanket and pillow and toiletries. A few other odds and ends, silk pajamas, really anything else the servants might thought you might have needed. They've also packed your bags and helped your compatriots pack theirs. Some additional food, with much longer shelf life, has also been provided. And after a bit of wait, you and your group are now sitting down to a little bit of late morning tea as kelmak returns.
Ah, so our friend returned.
Morning.
He's a little furrier than I thought he was, or at least I remember.
Like sweaty.
I want Aaron to describe what kelmak looks like as descriptive as possible.
So,
Wet
kelmak.
dog.
You know Kelmak's face with the mane and the gray in the snout, and there's a little patches because he's older. The body is well toned, not so much a large amount of muscle, but it's all built to be a function. So it's not like your usual fighter in plate takes off the plate and it's bulging muscles. There are muscles, there's just not a lot of extra fat on them. To pique the interest or to solve the piquing of interest, his chest is just one thing of fur. It is not like bare with like the chest picture. It is just fur, a light coating of fur. But it's a that's really it the way down.
Hello, kelmak.
Good morning.
How was your jog?
It was good. I just went by the church. I didn't realize how far it was until about halfway, and then I thought, well, halfway might as well go the whole way. But I just went to apologize because how shitty I was a few days ago to Aspar.
I assume that was a question for me?
Yes. Aspar?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, you just kind of got from character to not in character. So,
To just apologize and see if there's anything I could do this morning since we have time to burn.
What was the state of the temple?
They've started getting ready. They've cleaned up a bit just to get the area ready. They've got some scaffolding up. There's no real like visible progress, but I'm sure once they're ready, it'll fly by. Evidently, the money you put towards the church allowed Aspar to attend to some of Baron Mole's men, which he, in return, has met the funding that you okayed. One for one, as it were.
Interesting. I wouldn't have thought that Baron Mole would have been a part of this. With all of his work positioned to the foundry, I would have assumed that this was something that Ravenhand would have just taken care of on his own. I guess that's... Go ahead, kelmak.
I think it may be more his demands may not have been met, but you have allowed an avenue of support for him to become available. So he has seen fit to bolster it as well. He may not have had the funds to immediately improve upon it, but having you kind of take the first step, he has been able to bring forth the rest of the weight.
No. That's good. That is quite good. I'm just kind of curious how his involvement was made. Just mainly because I believe he had already left the conversation that we had had with Ravenhand, who would have carried that out. I guess Eric, would Volred find it suspicious of something this small that Mole? I mean, I guess I, as a character, find it suspicious. It seems like Mole's someone who's caught up so much with work in the foundry that, him being involved is just kind of questionable.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say. Oh, you have a question before I answer?
Yeah, I was gonna have a little input that I guess I didn't describe real well through kelmak. Is that Aspar treated some of... Oh, I got a nose hair that came back.
Yeah, cats have that problem.
Yeah. Aspar treated some of Mole's men
Got
for
it.
injuries they sustained on the job. So they got healed by Aspar, and they came back and they're like, "Hey, dude, that church is like running again. I guess they okayed money to go." And he's like, "They okayed money for the church." Talk to Ravenhand. Yeah, they okayed da-da-da. Okay, well, here's more.
Okay, that's my bad. I was looking through my notes through part of that conversation, so...
Yeah, and it is kind of hard, Volred, because you've had... Baron Mole is like one of those people... of the Goldman, he's the individual you've had the least interaction with. From what you've heard your father say, he does spend most of his time in the foundries, works far more than a person his age should, because he's in his late 60s. Yeah, he's in his late 60s, so he's an old guy. And what you do call him, he's kind of a very thin, gaunt, like Mr. Filch kind of body. But what you do somewhat recall is that your father and Baron Mole don't really see eye to eye on a lot of things. In fact, you have heard your father call him somewhat derisively an altruist. So, yeah. He's different than... You would assume he's probably closer to Ravenhand than he would be Thayan Mason or Alan Karadek.
Got it. Well, I will then absorb that information that you fixed up for me, Aaron, and...
Yes.
Oh. That's good. Hopefully there'll be even more progress next time I visit.
Maybe she'll...
Oh, go ahead.
Maybe she'll have picked up an acolyte or two by the time we come back.
Perhaps. I guess it is nice to see something rebuilt off of a previous mistake of mine. I know that this doesn't pale in comparison to what the temple could have been should it have been left in its previous state, but alas, I will take joy in the progress.
We take what battles we can win, and we go from there. Is there any breakfast left over?
Got some scones. There's some jam, some honey, all kinds of.
I'll get like a piece of a biscuit or a little piece of smoked ham.
You must try the orange marmalade. I quite fancy it. That's one of the things I will miss. Those oranges grown from the garden at the old palace we were at. We keep some here, of course, and I can taste my childhood, one bitter, sweet taste at a time.
Just look at Esau. Is marmalade like jam?
It's like
I,
jam.
I just see like an orange thing, but it looks like jam.
Are you
I just put it
allergic?
on.
Are you allergic to oranges?
No?
Yeah, you should be fine.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna put some orange marmalade. I'm gonna crack the biscuit open, put it on one side, smooth it on, eat the biscuit. Oh, it's
Boys.
pretty sugary. Quote, little fix. I've never had marmalade, so I have no idea what it tastes like. Is it like
Basically,
sugary
jelly.
jelly? Okay,
Yeah,
but just
yeah.
more what boiled down, just
Marmalade is
thicker.
a fancy name.
So marmalade is more of a jam, which is a jelly with actual pieces of the fruit mixed in, whereas a jelly is completely like fruit free. So it's more of a chunkier jelly with actual pieces of the fruit.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so like
It's like a
traditionally,
preserve.
oh
Yeah.
no, that's that's the saying. A preserve is if you actually just crush down the fruit, but you don't strain out any of the solid. And then you have a jam, which has some of the solids removed, like seeds and stuff, but it's still a lot of the juice. Where in jelly, they completely strain out the solids and leave only the juice.
It's so nice.
I may or may not have actually Googled that a couple months back to figure out the difference.
It's so nice
I
of
will-
Volred serve it to explain the differences of jams, jellies, and marmalades for us.
Whatever you require, sir.
Yes.
If you like, I could also add some bottles and jars of the marmalade. As you
Ooh.
know, we keep quite a bit.
Of course. Prepare 4.
Indeed. Shall I also include the candied oranges? I do recall you being so fond of those in your youth.
Yes. Yes.
Very well. I shall prepare a special chest for them.
That's a lot of oranges.
A lot of oranges can grow on one tree.
It's not modern time, so you take all that you can get out of that fruit.
Well, not just that, but those oranges are explicitly for the palace's use. So it's not like they're having to be shared out bunch amongst of people. It's pretty much only the royal family. Yes, it's really only Volred's family and their friends and dignitaries they want to impress that get to have it.
But yeah, I'll go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that orange tree was a safe place of mine back as a child. You see, Salusa always claimed to be allergic to oranges, which I think she's a liar. But either way, she stayed very far away from that tree, meaning that whenever I had a moment of, well, whenever I sought peace, I could just go to the orange tree and sit and relax and not deal with my sister.
I think I convinced one of my siblings that walnuts were heavy enough to fall and hit you on the head and actually injure you, but I would just throw them at him from up high.
Quite devious. How many siblings do you have?
Hey, don't ask for names right now. I'm just this is coming out the hat now, man.
So many you can't even count them.
Listen, man.
Probably had a litter.
Is that how that works?
Not technically, but given the availability of money with working with Hands of the Golden Forge. It does enable larger families.
So, how many brothers and sisters do you have?
Gotta hit the name generator real quick.
Give us a number.
3.
Mm.
2 brothers, 1 sister. 2 sisters, 1 brother. 3 sisters, 3 brothers.
2 brothers, 1 sister.
Are you the oldest?
I am the oldest. So I was kind of as anyone. Yandra, you have siblings? Yes, no?
I do not.
Is all you have siblings? Yes.
Well, I feel like I might have said this, but yes.
Okay. So you probably know I was the oldest, so I was kind of the experiment
Right, then I was...
of,
Which one was I, kelmak?
I cannot recall.
I'd be the opposite of you.
You were the youngest. The privileged.
Nah. My parents were pretty old when I was born.
Have they passed on as all?
Oh yeah, they're both well dead. Part of the promise was I had to stay in school after they died until I graduated.
Was their death glorious?
Oh, they were old. You can't trust those gnomish parachutes all the time.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's a joke I like to tell. They passed in their sleep. It was nothing. It was just. You ever
At the same
Have
time?
you ever done cliff diving?
Yes.
Have you-
There is a beautiful cliff not too far from here. We would travel there quite a bit and dive into the shores.
Up north, there's more mountains, and you don't really hit water. You just glide yourself down with a gnomish chute. It's like a glider. You've seen airships, so like those, only it's just wind. You just kind of fly around like a kite.
Interesting.
Is that a common vehicle in the Prime?
What? A chute?
The glider?
It's more of a recreational thing. It requires a certain amount of height off the ground to get them to work right.
Is this a quite common vehicle of entertainment for dwarves?
If you can get them and not break them. It's our privileged version of a cart.
Sometimes you just really fucking don't want to take the stairs. Yeah. Rowan Guard is built like
It's vertical.
almost direct vertical.
We-
So no matter where you go, you are walking up or downhill.
We have horizontal space. We just choose not to acknowledge it. We go straight up and down.
So it's
Well-
sort of a cart that propels downhill. I believe I had read a fiction at one point of a mechanical device that shoots you up and down through a track. I believe it was called a coaster.
Isn't that what you put underneath
We
the
have like
cold glass?
We have mine carts.
And they have lifts too.
They're not really meant for like personal travel. I guess you could use them like that. There's plenty of situations where that's come up. Safety is definitely a concern in those.
That sounds fun. I want to do it.
Let's go up to more Dune then.
In good
We'll
time.
take us
Bears Union
to
there.
We could take a ship or we could teleport. It's gonna take a while on a ship.
I'll put that on the excursion list the next time I vacation in the area.
The area shaking his head like, do not leave my area.
Well, it's just like you told me, Alex. then your backstory would not come into play.
My backstory. I also said I'll answer other questions. I'm not. It's open book. Just
You lied.
go up there,
Oh, well,
ride in a minecart and get in trouble.
Well, you know what? I guess it's a good thing that this is one of the areas of the world that's probably one of the most detailed.
We'll spend a weekend there. Once we get super rich, we just go up there for the.
It has been a place that just about every adventuring party and most every campaign I've ever done has ended up there at one time.
But did they die?
My parents.
Many of them did. Oh, you're talking about the parachute? I don't know that anyone's actually tried that. There's been Etten hunting, and that did not end well. Then there was lava surfing. That also did not go well.
Those aren't really activities that are they're readily available. It's not things that you would go and choose to do that day. Well, the Etten hunting part, yeah. The lava part, it's more of a situational thing. Anyway,
What?
yeah, my parents died. They died in their sleep. Well, they died in the same bed. I assumed they were asleep.
Hopefully, this is getting a little morbid.
What?
In any case, anyone got plans until Yandre's half plate is done being made?
Before we depart, I would like to see if I can find Melwen, my nanny. I believe she's still in the city.
Would anybody in your family know where she is?
Sure, I could find out with one of the servants. I just raise my hand again.
Okay. Yes, as that happens, one of your maids kind of steps in from like the corner of the room. She's just kind of sitting there in attention. Goes, yes, Your Grace. Melwyn is no longer with the service of the palace. She does, however, serve in another venue here within the city. Would you like me to have her brought to the palace?
What venue?
With one of the, specifically, she works for the Colchester Mercantile.
Would I know, Eric, would I know about this place?
Colchester Mercantile, yeah, you would have heard the name. It is, I guess you would say, the major merchant guild. They're one of the few places that your father has given the ability to conduct trade on a more general scale, somewhat autonomously. Mostly just because Colchester is willing to pay a fair amount of taxes, but you assume he's probably, making and keeping a lot more money than he gives. But he plays ball, I guess, is what your dad would say.
So, back to the maid. No need to summon. I will meet her there. It wouldn't hurt to take a glance and see if there's anything interesting happening in that vicinity.
Very well. I could have a carriage take you there. It's, but I believe their main office is still in the Shifting Streets.
Yes. Get a carriage ready. Would anyone like to go with me and check out that area?
Sure. I don't think Volrid should be left alone, so...
Yandre, you
I have nothing better to do, so yeah, sure, I'll go.
sure?
Yeah.
I mean,
And that's also nearby the Stone Sunder Armory, so you can stop by there on the way back. Okay,
Perfect.
so you guys head to the Shifting Streets?
Yes.
Okay. So the shifting streets, you guys have actually been here before. It's the main caravan district as you guys come in. This district is one of the more unique areas of the city. There's few permanent buildings. Any of the shops that they have, animal. They have few permanent buildings. The bulk, such as animal pens, stables, and tents. Much of the actual mercantile and commerce that's done here is in pop-up tents and wagons that quickly spring up in the day, building a kind of labyrinth network of small streets through the open areas, and then get taken back down in the evening, and then put back up the next day in a different arrangement. So the actual pathways through this area of the city change on a daily basis, giving it its name, the Shifting Streets. As you go through one of the main bazaars, you find a large kind of octagonal 3-story building with 4 2-story kind of protrusions heading out, giving it this kind of weird stunted mage tower type vibe. But the cupolas are open and has large banners of the Colchester Mercantile. Banners gray in keeping with the aesthetic of the city, aligning with the sigil of the Mercantile, scales and barrels along every once in a while the large silver crest with the ornate Q. Designating the Kyosin family. As you enter, the place is packed. Most of the goods here, it's kind of like almost a warehouse vibe. There's crates and sacks of all kinds of stuff. And then in an area, just a crate will be opened so that way goods can be procured out. But you get the sense this place does a lot of volume. As you enter, a half-elf man, hard to tell of his age. You would guess he's probably in his late 20s, early 30s. Kind of a long flax shirt, kind of rolled cuff, and like a simple brown and slightly bronze threaded waistcoat. Kind of comes up towards you as he kind of reaches down into like a little side pouch and pulls out like a clipboard and like a writing stick, like graphite. I'm like, welcome to the Colchester Mercantile. I'm one of the clerks. Is there something I can help you out with? As he kind of glances over and sees the carriage, as if to try and perhaps size you up.
Oh, yes, good sir. What is your name?
The name is Aaron.
With an E.
Huh?
Well, hello, Aaron. Would you know the whereabouts of a employee here by the name of Melwyn?
Yes, Miss Melvin. She handles books for the Mercantile. She'll be in the back room at the moment. Do you need her for some reason?
Yes, of course. Just a old acquaintance of mine. Would it be okay if I go speak with her?
I'm afraid we can't allow outsiders in the back rooms. But the work today is relatively light. I could have her come and meet you, provided you don't keep her too long. Or
Well,
I could pass
course.
along a message.
If you could summon her, that would be most ideal. Just wanted to have a quick chat.
Well, I can go ask her if she's available. Who should I tell her is inquiring?
Tell her it's Dare Love.
There is a brief moment where the figure's smile slacks just a little bit, and the eyes widen just a little bit,
Hello.
and it straightens up a little bit more. Yes, of course, I shall retrieve her post-haste. And kind of bows a couple extra times awkwardly, and then kind of backs up, and then waits, sees a comfortable distance before turning his back. This time he's kind of fast walking in that weird kind of way where like your butt's tight and you're just kind of shimmying, trying to
Like
look
trying to hold it
professional.
apart.
Yeah, like you're trying to blaze down the center of an aisle while keeping as professional a look as possible.
It's the ROTC run.
Yeah, yeah. After a few moments, a strikingly beautiful elven woman rounds the corner and starts making her way towards you. She wears kind of an oak brown dress with this kind of white cotton apron, kind of tied back, and her hair kind of brought around in like a bun, and you see she's got like a hair ornament that looks as though it's like little vines of ivy that have been kind of crocheted or knitted and then kind of stuck in with like a tortoiseshell comb. As she kind of makes her way in, you see her kind of adjust these small spectacles that are just kind of on the ridge of her nose. And she kind of approaches at first somewhat apprehensively, kind of looking over Darla's face and then just kind of at the rest of you, and then just kind of approaches a little closer. At this point in time, you've heard Volred talk about his nanny and the sort of relationship that they have. One of, I suppose you would say, care. The years, obviously, and the elven growth cycle have definitely appeared to catch up here, as far as you can tell, she and Volred appear very much the same age. Both full-blooded elves, they could... it's hard to tell the centuries difference that lies before them. Although, I guess, technically, Melwyn's only about a century older than you, really. Yeah, she would probably have been about your age when she was helping raise you, so... Or maybe just a little bit younger. Anyway, but still, strikingly beautiful, high elven cheekbones. I would say light skin, but still sun-kissed. She appears hearty and pale. You see her kind of fidget a little bit with kind of the ruffle at the edge of her apron. Somewhat shocked to see you. She regains her composure a moment before kind of giving a curtsy. He goes, "Young Master Darlov, it's good to see you. I hadn't heard you'd returned. I'm glad to see you well."
Quick question, Eric. Was she still working at the palace when I left, or has this been she had been kind of out of Volred's life for a minute? Or
no, she was still kind of working there a little bit, kind of taking care of Eldwin.
Mhm.
Though, I mean, she stayed around longer than she really needed to, mostly because your mother loved her. Always thought, she'd say that, like, Melwyn's, like, the only person she thought loved her kids almost as much as she did, that kind of thing. Something your father did not like to hear, given Melwyn's status, of course. So you get the assumption that, she probably did not stay too long after that.
Mm.
Obviously.
So, back in character, Melwyn, it's good to see you again. I find myself weirdly nervous. I haven't seen you in so long. I was hopeful that you were okay.
You get the rest of the party can pick up on this. It's the kind of somewhat flabbergasted, though somewhat well-hidden response of when someone gets the different Volred after a while. She gets this slight tweak, the faintest hint of a smile, just kind of at the edge of her mouth. "Yes, I am doing quite well. Your Grace. Thank you for inquiring. Your mother found me employment here at the Mercantile after my service at the palace ended, and it has been an adjustment, but at the insistence of your lady mother, treated quite well.
I'm glad. That's great. I couldn't see how anyone would treat you with any level of disrespect. I mean, I'm glad you're doing well. Is there some place we can sit and maybe, as I look around, probably noticing like other people in the area, is there a place where we could have a slightly more private conversation for a moment?
Kind of looks around, kind of also noticing some of her other like coworkers. You get the ones that look like they're pretending to like organize shelves, but they're looking and then kind of quicken their pace as their presence is noted. Um, yes, we have a garden in the back. It's it's nice and quiet there. Come, Your Grace.
Of
I'll
course.
show you.
Yandere.
This seems like it might be a personal matter. Did you want us to come with you or stay here?
Volred blushes for just kind of a second, and please wait here. Should only be a moment. I just have a few questions I want to tie up with happenings. You'll understand. I'll tell you what I find, and I walk off.
I like lean over to Azal. Is Azal there?
Yeah.
I forgot if you came. Does he seem flustered to you?
I think he has a crush on his nanny.
Should we have left him alone?
Well, he's a grown freaking adult. I don't care.
Well, I mean, technically, he is. Never mind. I also don't know how the domesticated elves age in this realm.
I think we're like relatively the same age, just different.
So he is still young.
Oh, but he's a little
Yeah.
adultish.
But yeah, Yandere, you would be aware the particular shade of pink that's finding its way into Volred's cheeks in the Feywild means that one would have either been caressed by the rose of love, or perhaps had a little too much to drink.
He didn't drink anything on the way over here, did he?
I didn't see him.
So he was drinking marmalade.
Which was a little odd.
Well, at least this will be joyful. Hopefully he comes back soon. I don't know how long he'll last in there by himself.
Forward has great stamina.
I mean, clearly, it's been built up by his
They said they were
time
going.
away.
They said they were going to the garden out back.
Yeah.
Looking, judging by the size of the building we went into, how far back would the garden have to be?
Maybe 100 feet. I mean, the building is imposing, but it's got kind of that weird cross-shaped layout where you're not really that far from a wall or a door.
It's got an employee break garden.
So where they all take their smoke breaks.
Yeah, I mean,
Just that one
it's
tree is their garden.
really for customers to relax while they wait for their goods to be prepared. But yes, I mean, yeah, not a whole lot of their customers, you gather, show up, or they'll stop by and place orders and then have it for delivered or something else. But anyway, yeah, so they walk off.
I hold out my hand and I flip my thumb up. I point where Volver is walking to. It's like, you've got 15 minutes. And I hang up my mental telephone.
What is that?
Uh,
What-
It's something in my ear.
So, Volred, Melwyn takes you out to the back garden. I mean, in your experience, garden is, in this case, just something to mean an area that's got grass, benches, and a tree, and a few bushes. But still nice. Nothing like the gardens back home, though. And she kind of takes you over to a place that has this kind of stone bench. She kind of gestures, would you like to have a seat, Your Grace?
Of course. This is quite a beautiful sitting area.
And you kind of sit down, but you notice Melwyn kind of remains standing. What is it I can do for you, Your Grace?
Melwyn, I'm sorry for this to be such a surprise. I must confess, in this situation, I feel like a child once again, coming to you for nourishment, and I know that's not your job anymore. I'm very, very sorry to put you in an awkward position.
She kind of looks as though she's a bit confused. Apologies, Your Grace. What exactly is it that I can help you with?
I need to see what information you may have. What happened in the palace after I disappeared?
And she kind of looks at you, stares at you kind of long to like really kind of gauge you up. You get the sense that she's trying to decide how much she's going to drop some barriers here. And after a moment, she kind of looks away a little bit, pensive. The days following your disappearance were chaotic, I suppose I must say. After all, you and your sister both had left the palace so suddenly, and the staff were being told not to discuss it, and your father, since I was still taking some measure of care against young Eldwin, had brought me in and told me that you both had gone to handle separate responsibilities in hopes of growing and maturing and taking the next steps in your position as the heirs. And I was told not to discuss it further. I must admit, your brother was, well, of course, other than your mother, was quite the most distraught over you and your sister's sudden departure. After that such time, rumors began to spread along the palace. Maids had begun to gossip at the fact that whilst you and your sister had departed, many of your belongings remained in the room, and none of them had consulted as to packing for your departure. It was as if you and your sister had suddenly vanished from the palace, and we were told not to inquire further. Unfortunately, your father had caught a few of the maids gossiping, and thus began a very quick reduction of the palace's staff. Before long, most of us just attempted to stay out of your father's way as best as possible. And I set about the process of helping your brother with his newfound responsibilities, which I dare say was a task quite difficult. He is still so young. At any rate, your brother started showing some signs of overburden. Your mother's complaints were going unheeded, and his continued degradation as he grew more frail and uneasy. The blame for such a thing was cast upon me, as your father said that I was incapable of properly caring for Master Elduin, given the quick the way in which he had, well, how his health had declined in the time since he had come into my care. I was released from the palace. Your mother, quite in secret, I suspect, spoke with Master Colchester and found me employment here. Here I have remained for the past few months. And I'm afraid I can tell you not much more than that. It wasn't too much longer before your mother, father, your brother departed the castle and made their way up into your family's estate in the valley. Much of the day-to-day here has been handled by Master Karadek, with the wider domain under the watchful eye of Master Ilin. From what I understand, the domain itself has managed to remain stable, whereas conditions in the city have somewhat destabilized. Many believe that Master Karadek does not have the best interest of the people at heart, and if I may speak freely, Your Grace,
Of course.
seems to act in a manner with an authority above his station. I have even heard that he has taken to task of giving commands to the Archon instead of the other way around. And from what I understand, these conflicts have largely gone His Grace, Master Karadek's way, because he has the ear of your father. I'm not certain what the dynamic in the palace here is at the moment, but it seems that a rift is forming within your father's cabinet.
I appreciate your honest feedback. I too sense that there is unbalance in the power. I don't know what's going on. There's a lot at stake, and unfortunately, I will be leaving soon. But my departure will be to try to bring better balance back to the city. I apologize for my father's rude remarks. You clearly have the prowess of raising a child, and I don't attribute any of your behavior to anything happening to Eldwin. That it was too much of him to go through.
Well, I appreciate that, Your Grace. Though I do believe some fault does land on me. After all, I was hardly a perfect nanny. And, well, I did allow an environment to be fostered where many citizens of this city had disparaging remarks. You and Lady Salusa.
About Salusa. Do you think my sister is up to ill will?
Well, I do know that you and your sister have had your troubles. Teleri knows that I have scolded her on numerous occasions. And you, yourself, for that matter of fact. But in my personal opinion, I don't believe that your sister is quite capable of going that far. You are competitive. That is natural, siblings, especially with ones whose talents overlap so much. But I don't know. Recent years, especially the past few months, have illuminated for me that I understand far less about this domain and city than I thought I did.
Sometimes I feel the same. I won't lie, I'm under an incredible amount of pressure right now. I don't know if I'm the person that you used to know. I've been through so much change, and I can only hope that you can forego any of the negativity I brought as a child and see me as the man I'm becoming.
Of course, Your Grace. After all, as I said, children are the way they are. And if I may speak freely, you're hardly a man grown.
Oh. Of course. I still have some additional maturing to do, yes.
Well, we elves live such long lives. We don't look at things the way humans do. No doubt you've come to be quite curious about how some of your compatriots were able to grow and accomplish so much in a remarkably less amount of time than you. But we are different. We live out our lives over centuries, and we mature at a similar pace.
Gotcha. I was reminded of the orange tree today at the palace. You remember how I would hide near the trees?
I remember you trying to hide from me and then sneaking oranges into my clothing, yes.
Certainly would never try that again.
Yes, I've had more than a few boots ruined by the errant orange in the shoe.
Huh.
Oh
My
well,
apologies.
I was kinder than your sister.
Well, I should be on my way. I appreciate you taking the time to have my ear, and I wish you the best, Melwin.
Thank you, Your Grace. And I wish the same for you. May your travels bring you ever more growth, and may you achieve everything you wish.
Thank you. And as I get up and walk away, I'll kind of, I'm leaving her. I'll turn around and, Melwin, if I'm ever in charge, I'll make sure you don't have to work a day in your life.
She kind of looks over. Well, your father is still quite young yet, so I suppose we have a very long time before we'll have to worry about that.
Goodbye, Melwin, and I just turn and run off.
Hurry up, Velred. You're late.
Yep. As he's all over there, you got like another clerk. Yes, you see, the pitons, they're excellent. You can put them here, and then you can shove them under a door if you're in a dungeon and need a little extra jamming protection to make sure you don't have any nasty monsters try to sneak up on you in the middle of the night. We sell them by a set. We also can package some rope with that if you like as well.
Well, I'm just looking around. I don't really think I'll need anything. Sorry
I
to
think we're
waste
just waiting on
10 minutes of your time.
our friend.
Why do you call it a piton? That doesn't sound right.
That's what they're called.
We'll pronounce it as a python.
Who
Climbing
pronounces
spike?
it Python?
Yeah. Pronounced python.
Piton.
Python.
Piton.
You're gonna lose, friend.
I am the
Which-
dungeon master.
Which race invented the python?
Humans!
Before that, we just used our heads.
If
If you fall, you fall.
So, yep, as you make it very clear you're not going to buy anything, he just kind of politely nods and goes, let me know if there's anything else I can get for you.
Sure, buddy.
Um,
I walk up to find the group and just kind of walk up and slightly nerved a little bit. Just, all right, let's go. Let's go. Come on.
Oh no.
No, what'd you talk about?
No, his confession didn't go too well.
Did you?
I didn't hear any of this because I'm already walking out.
I think, Kelmak, we should let him have a moment to himself.
We're sharing the same cart, though.
I mean,
He will. He will. I'm gonna start walking. He will leave us here.
And that's his moment.
Really? He would really leave us?
Yeah, yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, let's go.
We're chasing after a forest.
so, you depart the Colchester Mercantile and make your way towards the Stone Sunder Armory. The only armory, actually, in the town that is allowed to produce armor for the general public. As you kind of make your way in, you find a somewhat small building, permanent structure on the thoroughfare. You can see a bit of smoke and the ringing of hammers coming from the back alley. As you kind of pass into the front area, you're immediately hit by this interior that is somewhat messy and unorganized, with a chaotic array of arms and armor, or mostly really just armor, available. Not very well segregated or anything. It's all just kind of sitting around in kind of rough groups. You do see and hear a dwarven individual saying some very unpleasant words laden with expletives to a merchant, whilst a couple of apprentices, one male, one female, appear to be trying to help out an elderly man and a young adventurer, respectively. As the merchant kind of goes, "That's absolutely absurd. Good day," and then departs and heads out. You can hear him just kind of mutter himself, "Absolutely ridiculous. I'd never." Kind of walks away. And the dwarf kind of rounds it up and goes, "Yeah, shove it up your arse." And then he kind of sees you guys walking. "Oh, apologies, friends. You didn't, you didn't need to hear that." He kind of comes forward. "I'm Yargum Hammerhand, proprietor of the Stone Sunder Armory. What is it I can do for you? Feel free to avail yourself of the shelves and other wares that I have, or if you need something commission work done, we can have that done as well."
Yonder?
Oh, yes. I was sent here to collect some armor, half plate.
Yes. I got the order yesterday. Quadruple rush. Well, it has been a long night, let me tell you, but at least I was adequately paid, Don't mind, but seeing as how I am the only armorer shop in the city, pretty kind of busy. And so, it's not as if I care about having something done last minute, and... Sorry, right, forget. Aye, half plate. Come on then. And he kind of takes you towards the back, where he kind of pulls out this kind of wooden chest, kind of brings it back up into the front of the store, kind of sets it down, opens it up and starts pulling out the armor bits. The armor is simple, but well made. You do notice that some care has been given to kind of add some fluting and a little bit of inscription work to kind of class it up a little bit. You even notice that it looks as though he set in some semi-precious stones kind of around some of the area. Elvish enough for it being made by dwarven hands. And he kind of sits there, lays it all out, breastplate, greaves, a little bit of half-plate gauntlets and such, and kind of sets it all over. All right, that's what it is, fully paid for, of course. Is there anything else I can help you with? A shield or perhaps a helm? I have a wonderful winged helm that would look good with this, I tell you.
No, thank you. As a matter of fact, and you start seeing Yandre start to take off his chainmail that's currently adorned on him. And do you actually have any use for this? I don't know if I necessarily want to carry it around.
I help him.
And Yargum kind of takes a look at him. Well, to be honest, I specialize in chainmail and other mail-type armors, so I actually have a bit of stock already. I'll level with you, laddie. An item like this, given this is a mining town, it's going to fetch a bit less of a value than what you'll generally pick up in another town that isn't so stacked with metals and minerals. That being said, I could take it off your hands for, say, 30 gold.
Sure.
Yeah,
Is that a bad deal?
Well, it's under market rate, but you won't have to carry it anymore.
Yeah, because I'll have new armor. And so I really don't have a need for this one.
And I mean, if you've had that for a while, then you've gotten your money versus time out of it. So ultimately, yeah, any money is good money.
Yeah, I will happily give this over for 30 gold.
All right then, I'll get the paperwork started. And he'll kind of start quickly drafting a receipt, just kind of labeling what was being purchased and the amount agreed upon.
Okay.
And he just kind of turns over and goes, "Go ahead and sign here and here, and then we get you some money."
Yandre signs his first name.
Okay. Kind of takes it, comes back, pulls off the bottom side, kind of hands it over, and then kind of pulls out a small kind of lockbox, opens it up, kind of fishes out 30 gold pieces, and then kind of passes it over in kind of a neat little stack. There you go, 30 gold pieces. Kind of sits down, locks everything back up, and you see him kind of set the lockbox down. You hear him kind of go, and you just kind of set a couple more locks, a lockbox, and a lockbox, and a lockbox.
Box.
All right. Well, was there anything else I can help you out with?
What that merchant do to piss you off?
Ah,
What did you
he's
do to piss
wanting.
off the merchant?
What do you mean? What did I do? He
The
came
rush
in
job?
demanding a massive order.
Uh,
Shite, as if I could come up with 100 chain shirts in a week. Yeah,
shirts?
Aye.
Ridiculous.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I have a bit of an impressive outfit, about a half dozen apprentices, but still, that's a lot. A lot more
Oil
than
the
I can
steel.
handle in that time. Aye, and he wasn't even really willing to pay full price for it. Yeah.
You're lucky he didn't get a chain shirt thrown in his face.
Aye. It almost would have been worth getting rid of one just to see it happen. But the truth is, so many of these people, they're used to dealing with the mine foundries. Hundreds of fine dwarven smiths able to knock out weapons and armor like that. He doesn't really understand that the economies of scale are a bit different when you're down here dealing with the common folk instead of dealing with an actual castle foundry. So, it's alright. It's fine. Most of my individuals are guards and a rare adventuring party that makes their way from time to time. They keep me busy enough.
Well, I don't need anything here.
I'm good.
It's unfortunate. Oh well, that's fine enough. If you do end up need anything, let me know. As I said, I'm the only armorer in town, so if you end up needing any repair work, polishing, anything of that nature, feel free to bring it by. Peruse some of the other stuff. As I said, I've got a variety of different things. Helms and shields. Tower shields over there in the corner, but not much people tend to really care about that sort of thing, it seems like. But anyway.
More of a war suit piece than your typical adventurer.
A war suit.
A tower shield is more
Aye,
so seen on the field of battle.
Aye, but they're popular among mine kids, folks, so very useful if anything, tries to shoot a bunch of arrows at you, at least. But all right, if that concludes our business, then I appreciate your patronage, and if there's anything else I can do to help you out, just let me know.
We will go ahead and get out of your beard then, and out of your hair. Oh, actually, Yandere,
Yes. What's an arse? You told the other guy over there to shove a piece of equipment up his arse, and I want to make sure I'm wearing this effectively.
It's I suppose you could say a euphemism for one's ass or anus.
but
You have armor for someone's butt?
I mean,
Well, I mean, we do have
technically,
hind plate, but
There's this type
it's
of
not
cone.
really. Yeah, it's technically a part of the tacit.
So why would he need to shove part of the tacit up his butt?
it is a saying when someone has offended you and thus caused you anger to tell them to shove something up their rear. Because
Purpose
usually
of causing
shoving
pain and
something-
humiliation.
But what if they like that?
You start a whole
Well,
different
then-
chain of conversation.
Indeed.
Thank you so much for getting the quadruple rush out on my friend's half plate. It is very well done. And we will go ahead and get out of your hair.
All right then. Have a good day. Okay.
Leave.
So you
Yeah.
depart the Stone Sunder Armory, and the rest of the day is yours.
You just trying to find the right size. Are you getting used to it?
It's a little uncomfortable, but I'll figure it out.
Yeah, and well, I mean, once you figure out like where the gaps are in the armor, you learn how to just compensate and block where you need to.
Cool. So, are we getting ready to get on the boat? Are we gonna go now?
Boats tomorrow.
So, what else do we have to do today?
You'll just
Nothing.
have to. Well, yeah, the boat leaves out of Avalon, so you have about a half day's journey till that.
Should probably go then.
So, we probably need to leave because it's about half day, midday now, isn't it?
Or
It
we can
is.
leave early tomorrow.
But do we want to rush ourselves to the boat and
Hell
possibly
no.
miss the boat? Awesome, we should probably go get Caitlin.
Let's leave. There isn't anything else to do here.
So, we should go get Caleb and then leave.
Of course. And collect our other valuables still at the palace.
The marmalade.
Yes, your oranges.
I'm not going to assume that y'all are just carrying everything around. Perhaps you left something by the bed.
No, I've got stuff there.
Well, I mean, I've still got my armor and my pack and everything. And I wasn't gonna leave now. Now.
Well, of course, then we're going back to the palace.
Yes.
Yeah, I have some nice incense that's sitting in the room.
Okay. So, you return to the castle. Pack up some of your belongings, and you guys were gonna head out the same day.
Yes.
Okay. So you guys can head that. Was there anything in Avalon that you guys wanted to do prior to departing?
Well, did Caleb was just in his room?
Yeah.
And, I got nothing to do in Avalon.
I am fresh out of potions, so if there is a way that we can get some potions before we leave, that would be great.
You will. Yeah. You'll probably have better luck getting something like that here in town. Avalon's a much smaller place, so
I have an extra on me, so you can. It's one, but it's
How many
one
do you
is
have?
better than none. I have two.
I
One is
have
better
two.
than none.
I have 2 as well, but it might not be bad to stock up.
yeah. Well, the Elemental Emporium in town has 2 healing potions available for sale. Um, and then, or sorry, they have 4 available for sale. And then, if you guys decide to check in Avalon as well, they have 2 for sale.
I only need 2, so I'm not sure if other people wanted some. But if it seems like I'm the only person that's wanting to get one, then I can go to the shop that's in town.
I will go to the shop here and buy all 4.
Okay. 50 gold apiece, 200 total.
It'll just go to the castle.
Fair enough. Okay. So,
Why do we have a credit for 4 health potions?
Dude, he credited thousands to get that church renovated. What are you talking about?
so
I don't know, Yandere. Do you want to buy the ones in Avalon then, or are you okay with the free ones for Volred?
I was about to say, is Volred giving them up, or is he just buying all 4 of them for himself?
Oh, I would like to keep 2. You said you would like to, correct?
Yeah, I just didn't know if you just decided I'm just gonna girl boss and decide to take all of the potions that are available. And I would have to go find some other ones.
I did so that we could put it on the tab at the palace. But here you go, Yandere. Here are 2.
Thank you.
It is not a gift.
You're learning so quickly. So I owe you something.
Sure.
What is that?
Should I have no potions of my own, you could replenish one of mine.
And what happens if I don't have potions at the time that you don't have potions?
Well, if that's the case, you will not owe me, because I will not hold you to owing me a potion if no potions are available.
It doesn't seem fair on your part, but I'll accept.
Perfection.
Okay. If nothing else, we will go ahead and take our break. And then when we come back, we will see how things go in Coriston.
Kerosene?
Of course. Not.
Chlamydia?
Never mind. The ship never makes it.
Coco
It gets
Melon.
struck by lightning, catches on fire, and you all drown.
Perfect. I'm
Great.
going to go watch basketball.
New
now.
campaign, everybody.
Like to introduce you to my brother.
Crunchy's on!
Fancy.
Yo. Hey guys, welcome back from break. Hope you guys had lots of fun. Because the fun is now over.
During our break?
All 15 minutes of it.
Oh, I peed.
Wow. Okay. Alright, so you guys made your way to Abelin. And had a quick separation direction between you guys and your party's wizard. Nonetheless, that's okay. Shall return your party promptly. Hopefully. While the rest of you guys take up your chartered boat towards the free city of Coriston. So, all in all, the trip should take you about a full day. So if there's any kind of downtimey thing that you want to make progress on, you guys can hit me up with that in your DMs. But after a day pleasantly sailing through
I've got questions for Kelmak. First day of travel, once we get far enough offshore where he can't run from us. Kelmak?
he will drown himself. He will do it.
That's right.
Yes.
I know you said you're from the River Clan and everything, but I've been wondering, where'd you get the armor from?
Well, as I have stated before, me and my old adventuring group decided to investigate a opening from the Underdark. And in investigating it, we happened upon by a incursion of drow. Amongst them was a captain of some sort who I guess was highest ranking as he could be and was trying to make something of himself. And a rot troll. I don't know if you've ever encountered a rot troll. They are not pleasant in any sense of the word. Long story short, I am the only one who came out of there, much to my unwant. But I took his armor for my own, and it took many, many weeks of polishing to get whatever they use to stain it black out. And it is a Captain Drow's old armor that I had to get customized to fit.
I mean, I can tell that parts of the armor don't quite match the same craftsmanship. I guess I would assume it's from it being expanded.
What's that? You were breaking up.
Your armor has parts of it that have expanded upon different types of
Yes.
styles.
Some pieces have had to be riveted with other pieces to cover.
So just an adventuring party? Did you know them? Like, how long were you with them?
They were a group out of the Sunbringers that I decided to go with when hearing they were going to go investigate that, and I did not know them well as much as I would have liked to. Uh, but the events of that time still weigh much heavily on me. And I would much like to end this conversation as very tender.
Okay. Didn't mean to hit a sore
I
spot.
understandably, is all. You never know someone's tender spots until you talk to them about it. So, but yes, it is from a drow captain, as you can see from the slight spider motif on the chest plate. Not if I could change it, I would, but it is symbolic of triumphing over a much hardier um, opponent and coming out.
Oh, okay. If you ever need someone to talk to, Yandre's over there. You can talk to me
Maybe.
too, but
I'm sure I could think of a way Yandere could use his expertise in the dead to ease my mind if I become troubled. But also, it is nice to have friends to talk to about things. Just as Volred has taken to allowing us into the inner sanctum of his past. Mayhaps I will divulge mine in some further day.
there's more? Oh, no, we didn't talk about it. Alright. Want to stop there? Don't want to put a sour note on the day. Travel.
Is there anyone seasick on the ship, Eric?
Nope. I don't know
Dang
why
it.
they would be. The only people other than you guys are the crew. And they're sailors by trade. So if they're
Right.
seasick, they would not be very good sailors.
I was seeing if there were other passengers.
Was Izal and Kelmek having our own personal conversation somewhere else?
So we're on the top of the ship, by the edge, out loud.
Where is Bored?
I am chilling in whatever quarters and or whatever area, a bed, cot, blah blah blah, whatever.
Yes, this is primarily a passenger ship. So you have been given the captain's quarters of Full Red, whereas the captain and the rest of your party have been given some private quarters. They're small, probably kind of like what you might like on the small side for like an inn. You've got a bed, a writing desk, and a kind of a very little area to move around in, but it's private. I mean, except for Volred, who obviously has a nice four-post bed with canopy, nice dining table,
Cushion.
yeah, a chair.
Okay, then if Bored is in the captain quarters at this point in time, Bored would hear a knock at the door.
Yes, come in.
He would then hear a jiggle of the handle, and then proceeds to open the door as Jandre walks in.
Yandre, I would have never imagined.
What do you mean?
Oh, that was a joke. I heard the handle wiggle. I knew it was you.
Well, the rest of the party has started jiggling the handle a little bit too. So maybe next time don't just assume.
Well, that is true. I have found myself in situations where I've jiggled the handle as well, so I must not be quick to judge.
See? It helps. Now, are you sitting on the bed?
Yes.
Yandre's just gonna saunter over and immediately sit right next to you.
Volred's not going to turn his head towards Yandere, just kind of like look out of the corner of his eye and just kind of stare.
Yandre's gonna turn his head towards Volred. So you looked really enamored by your nanny.
Yandere, enamored might mean a different word in the Feywild. I was happy to see a mother figure. She
You
knows
look
me just
flushed.
as well as my mom.
You didn't look the same way that you looked at your mom. This looked like whenever I look at Tira or Cowan.
Well, I don't know how you look at Tira and Cowan.
Exactly the way you looked at your nanny.
So someone you must respect, I believe.
Someone I love. Do you love your nanny?
Well, of course, she raised me. Like I said, she was almost my mother, in many ways not. In a good way.
Do you view her as solely your mother, or do you view her as a love interest?
No.
No, you don't view her as your mother, or no, you don't view her as a love interest.
It was noticeable, huh?
Well, just a little bit, only because I can recognize certain things in people's expressions. Most ghosts don't really talk, they go ooh in the background, so you kind of have to read their faces to kind of understand what's going on with them. So I've learned to kind of get good at reading faces. And you were very flushed.
She probably realized that, didn't she?
I think she was more uneasy at the fact that you were approaching her so calmly. Same thing with the one servant who went to go tell her that you were here. You were, I'm assuming, being nice to them, and that's not something that they were used to.
It's not something I'm necessarily used to either. But I'm trying.
Yes, you're turning over one of those leaves that we were talking about.
Well, I guess that's good, but Melwyn will not be the person who I desire. Let's just put it that way.
And why is that?
She sees me as a child still.
Well, you are a child. I mean, we live to be thousands, sometimes thousands of years. I mean, at least centuries. And I mean, to be quite frank, unless domesticated elves age differently, you're still relatively young.
I know. But I just thought my time away, my demeanor change, this new version of myself, I guess I thought too much of myself in the moment.
No, I think you thought just enough of yourself, but you have to remember, a lot of these people have not experienced your change. And so you growing over this time away doesn't necessarily mean that their perception of you has grown either. It might take some time to get them used to this new dare love. And I don't think you've given them enough time.
I mean, how dumb of me to expect that my nanny would have interest in me.
Reggie says, stop that.
Is Reggie a clinical therapist?
He said no. But, yeah. He said it doesn't take much to realize that somebody's down in the dumps and that calling themselves stupid is not going to help each other. And you're not stupid. Naive? Maybe. But stupid? No.
Those are kind words. Being back to Kyosa has brought up many good and many bad feelings. It's been difficult to weigh through them all. I just don't know.
And that's okay. You don't have to know everything all the time. Now, I will say, it seems like you've made a lot of progress in the time that you were in Kyosa. And, well, while I'm here in the Prime Material, if you needed an advisor or someone to give you advice, I would help.
Yandere, have you ever been with a romantic partner?
Yes.
How did it happen?
Well, in the Feywild, it just kind of occurs naturally. That's why I keep telling you, Tira and Callan are the people that remind me of your interactions with you and your nanny. We found a way to commune together and enjoy each other's company and also our spaces together.
Why aren't you still with them?
Well, they are in the Feywild and I'm here in the Prime.
I know, but why leave them? Sounds pleasant.
There's a lot that the Prime lacks. The Fey lacks that I don't get the chance to experience in the Prime. And I wanted to learn. And I wanted to come and see how you domesticated elves act versus what I see at home. And I'm learning a lot.
I don't know. The term domesticated means, to me, something fitting in society, something of a label. Sounds like things in the Feywild are simpler.
Well, yes. Things in the Feywild are not so much restricted as they are here in the Prime. We do have our rules and tenets and governance, but for the most part, we're free to do what we want to do and act how we want to act and be who we want to be. Some of the examples that I've seen here in the Prime tell me that this is not how the elves are treated here, especially after, well, meeting your father and your mother, and then your sister being sold off to a arranged marriage, and then your brother who has recently succumbed to some form of madness after pressure of societal tropes.
Feel the pressure to lean into those tropes. It's the only thing I feel I know. I've spent so much time being in a bubble of my own doing that the only thing to grasp change is to lean into this sort of role as what my birthright has provided me. And it's made me feel better, but at times it sounds just as nice to escape. Leave
Escape
those
what?
stresses behind.
Escape destiny, escape fate, escape preordained roles. What are you trying to escape?
Anything. I mean, that was what I did as a child when I was overwhelmed. Like I've said earlier, I escaped to the orange tree, and when I first saw the marmalade, the palace, I was happy, and I looked back on that as a place of solitude, but after my conversation with Melwyn, the taste of the orange marmalade does not seem appetizing any longer.
It sounds like you rely on some of your past experiences way more than you should. Maybe it's time to make some new experiences and learn to live a different life. You had to grow up in a very strict home, from what I can perceive, and it didn't allow for a lot of freedoms, and you ended up taking a lot of those freedoms upon yourself, namely burning down a ship and letting out a whole bunch of tigers or animals. Anyway, you made a way for yourself to feel the wild freedom of the Fae in the Prime. And I think it's just a calling for you to try to find something else to do. This is your opportunity to really figure out who Dare Love is. Not the trade prince, not the fantastic shot with a bow, but Dare Love, the person.
In a way, those words make me feel calmer, and yet in another, it reminds me of how much further I wish to progress. Thank you, Yandre.
No problem. Sal says go get him.
Who?
Sal.
Go get who?
He says that's just an expression, and to really go after whatever it is that you want. Go get him, is how he said it.
Oh, I thought you said go get him.
M-E-M. Go
M.
get him.
Huh. Interesting.
So, anything else you guys want to do on your day at sea?
Push kelmak into the water, but I decide not to.
At least tie a rope on me so the ship doesn't leave me in the open sea.
You're an athlete. You got that. You're fine.
Come
A
on,
ship?
Ice-
How fast does a ship move?
Not very fast.
This one
60
moved-
feet at most.
Yeah, it's only 2 or 3 miles an hour, so walking pace. The biggest deal is it can keep that up for 24 hours on a good wind.
Same.
I
Okay.
said I
should we-
think about pushing him. I decided not to.
I just want to know what the math would be for someone trying to catch up to a ship.
Oh, you catch up. How you gonna climb up? That's the question.
Oh, I got claws, buddy.
Yeah, I'm thick.
Yeah, you're pretty big. Just hope you don't get eaten by a sea serpent.
I didn't prepare water walking right now, so let's not throw him into the water, please.
He said he's not gonna.
Tempting.
Yeah, so I think we are just on the boat, riding it out.
You arrive.
Okay.
To the burning
Actually,
city.
there's
Oh.
one more question that I have.
Okay.
It shouldn't take too long. Yandere is going to walk up to kelmak.
Yes, Yandere. What can I do for you?
Have you figured out what's valuable to you yet?
Valuable? How valuable?
Something of value to you. I didn't say it had to be any certain price.
Then I want you to hold on. This is the gambling thing, right?
Mhm.
I'm gonna take off my signet ring for Hands of the Golden Forge, and I'm gonna hold it out for you. This is where I started from, and it's where my family resides. So to me, it holds a lot of value. And I'm going to try to keep myself to my promises, but I also hope that you keep me to them as well. I'm just going to give you the kind of slap it into your hand.
Oh, I don't want it now. I want
Oh.
it whenever you break your promise.
Oh, well then the ring. The ring will be the
Kelmak, you keep the ring until you break your promise.
okay. So
Take it back.
I yell for that sound.
I'll take the ring back and just. All right.
I see Yandere jot something down in a quick little notebook he has. Great.
I have very bad passive perception, so I'm just like very obviously just what you writing.
I mean, he's jotting it down. It literally just says kelmak signet ring.
Okay.
Yeah, because he's like Invader Zim over here. He needs to know what he needs to do to destroy you when the time comes.
Not destroy.
Murder.
Maim. Maybe.
Disable. Cripple.
Gotta have a backup plan for everybody.
Psychologically. Physically.
Ruin entirely.
All right. So, as you guys wrap up your day at sea, as your boat approaches the dock, you can't help but be struck by the sight of Coriston. First time, I believe, really any of you have been here. The city walls loom tall and imposing, made of thick stone blocks carved from the nearby mountains. The line of stone is broken periodically by guard towers and a harbor gate, open wide, welcoming all visitors. The bustling harbor is filled with ships of all sizes, and you can hear the cries of seagulls mixed with the sound of hammering and sawing coming from the nearby shipyard. As you step off the boat, you're greeted by the smell of salt water and spices, and you can see the merchants and traders from all over the continent, haggling and bargaining with one another. The streets are filled with people, merchants and traders, street vendors and entertainers, each moving with a sense of purpose. The buildings are many and press up close to one another, some tall and grand, some small and quaint, a labyrinth of stone and timber, but each are well maintained and bustling with activity. Rising up above the jumble of roofs, you can see the grand palace of the trade prince at the center of the city. Surrounded by lush gardens and fountains, is a symbol of wealth and power for Coriston. You can also spot the guild halls, each with their distinctive signs and sigils, where the guilds that control the different aspects of the economy meet and transact their business. As you walk through the city, you can't help but feel a sense of energy and opportunity. The streets are rife with commerce, leading you to believe that for those willing to work and take risk, Coruscant is a place where anything is possible. So, where do you guys wish to head off to first?
I mean, it's a new day. Morning. Yes.
More late afternoon, because it's like a 24-hour cycle. So you guys
Okay.
would have left sometime in the afternoon and get here sometime in the afternoon.
We are looking for your assassin.
They don't have a tourist information center.
Nope, you guys are just 4 dudes standing in the middle of a busy thoroughfare as people are running around transacting business,
Okay.
most of which not paying any attention to you.
Lodgings?
Adventurers Guild?
Adventurers Guild?
Would probably be a good place to start.
Give us a reason.
And we can find other accommodations we need there.
Download a map.
It's best to establish yourself under a guise of business, so Adventurers Guild is usually the best way for us, as we are a guild of adventurers.
Can't recall the last conversation on what we decided our plan of action was. Were we going after the Spellbound first?
I believe it was take care of them first, because making yourself known, finding your sister, would just make things even harder.
Yes. That is, we're going to uproot them and crush them.
Got it.
Hopefully.
Is it the quartermaster who takes the names at the dock?
That would be one of the harbor masters,
Is that a master?
particularly the guy that handles census and excise. That is typically handled by the captain. At least if you when you charter a ship, if you stow away, then, you kind of have to do something else there.
You go to jail.
I don't know about you. I never went to jail. Except that one time we got arrested. That doesn't count, though. So let's just find... How do we go find the Adventurers Guild in the city?
Wander.
Wander?
Not
Sucks.
all who wander are lost.
Yeah, but we will be.
Perhaps we ask one of the many merchants here for some directions.
Forward smart.
Is there an unbusy harbor master who may be tying up his writing?
I will look for someone who looks like an adventurer.
Yes. Okay. Yes. You're able to find an individual who you assume is an adventurer. He wears non-standard garb and carries a sash and a pendant of gold that looks like it was a circle and then cut with like a dragon's head out of it.
If Kelmak wanted to go to an unbusy person, he can do that first, though.
No. We can do your adventure.
Yay! I kind of slowly hustle over there. Like, excuse me. 1 second.
He kind of looks over. He's just kind of in the process of what looks like readjusting and organizing some stuff in a pack. And so he kind of looks over your human, male, kind of 5 o'clock shadow, has this kind of coppery red-brown hair. That's kind of a wild mane that's just kind of loosely thrown back. He has armor that definitely looks like it's seen some use. And he seems to carry like a war hammer on the side. Kind of looks over and goes, "Yes, how can I help you?"
don't mean to impose, but you look like someone who carries themselves pretty well. You don't happen to be an adventurer, would you?
Indeed, I would. One of the most proud members of the Adventurers Alliance here in Corston.
We were wondering if there's an adventurers guild set up here somewhere. Just got into town.
I, too, actually. One, the more established one, is the Adventurers Alliance. That's the one I'm a part of. It's the largest and oldest one in the city, and handles most of the reputables. They have kind of a strict, I would say, admission protocol, which is actually why the other group, just the Mercenaries Company, was founded. They're newer and don't have the same track record, but, well, let's just say people don't join the Mercenary Company unless they tried to get into the Alliance and failed to do so.
Well, we'll head probably to the Adventurers Alliance then. We are definitely established.
Yes.
It kind of gives you guys kind of a look over. You look like you can fight. So.
Thank you, though. Where might that be, though? Like, direction-wise?
He kind of sits there and goes, yeah, okay. So, first time in Coriston, you know any of the... Well, obviously not if you're asking where the Alliance is. Okay. So if you go down here and take this next right, you'll go forward towards the palace. Right about then, you'll reach a large market and hang a left and just kind of take that road until it skirts out on the western edge of the palace. There, it's near the border of the Havens, in the western gate.
All right, thank you. Border of the Havens, western gate towards the palace, skirting the outside. Thank you.
Yeah. Your names, by the way, in case I happen to hear about your exploits anywhere.
The group or like individuals?
Both.
With a... I don't know if we...
Silver Knights of Mythal.
Mythal.
Do we want it? Yeah, whatever. The Silver Knights of Mythal.
Oh, okay.
It's all got that.
And kelmak.
It's not polite to introduce other people, so.
I'm Volred.
My name is Jandre.
And I am kelmak. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Yeah. Hawk. My group is our guild is Dragonsbane. I guess you can know what we specialize in. So yeah. If hopefully I'll hear of your exploits or see you around the guild.
Look forward
Hopefully.
to seeing you. Thank you. Turn and go.
And so you depart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stop
Okay.
moving away.
So
Cover's been
you
blown.
try as best you can to follow his simple instructions.
What the hell is the Hearst? What the fuck is that?
But with minimal supplemental askings, you are able to make it to the Adventurers Alliance. A largely stone building with a slate roof, 3 stories in the main side, and then it kind of has like 2 smaller kind of extensions that come off that are both 2 stories. They bear a simple standard, not so much a crest, but like the banners show different weapons and tools of the adventurers. And as the doors kind of open, these kind of large, like domed doors that have these kind of delicate, or not delicate, but these decorative, like leaf-style banded hinges. As you kind of make your way in, this initial section has all the trappings of a private tavern for guild members only. As you kind of enter and look around, you see one individual that wears like some simple brown clothing, like a robe, kind of tied with like a real thick, like black girdle belt. Kind of makes his way over to you and is like, can I help you? Sorry, I don't recognize you.
That's all right. Is Eric, the Adventurers Guild in Athoria is not the same guild as here, right? It's a separate, it's a different group because the
Yes.
Adventurers Alliance.
Yes, this is the Adventurers Alliance. It is not the same as Athoria. Unfortunately, it's an entirely different thing. Part of the thing about the free cities is they're all technically sovereign nations. Each city is, so they get their own way of doing things. Though it is not uncommon for certain guilds of particular renown to set up shops in guild halls and other areas of the region.
We are from the Adventurers Guilds in Athoria, and are just looking. Isal, what are we looking for? Just lodgings.
We're looking to establish ourselves as we just got into town. It's better ways to get a feel of the land is by working on a few jobs. Maybe trying to apply for your alliance as well.
Oh, I see. Pretty smart, I'd say. There's a lot of services in the city that are only available to actual guild members. Well, I guess your particular guilds down south don't have any business up here, so we don't have to worry about territorial disputes. I suppose that would be reasonable enough, provided you have some credentials. Do you have any paperwork from your previous guild?
I display the paperwork that we received from our previous finished adventures, including the extra documentation from when we stopped the assassination attempt off of the Master Jovis Orbizana, and our current rank. I don't know if it was updated and sent to the thing after we left, but our current one that we had last updated from them.
Yeah. So he kind of takes it, starts flipping through. I see. And he kind of slowly starts making his way back to kind of like a standard clerk's desk, behind which you can see a kind of a smaller job board with stuff kind of posted. And they all kind of seem to have a number of different stamps on them, like wax stamps with different color waxes. He kind of makes his way back, flips through. Your quest log's a little light.
Yeah, we found ourselves traveling a lot more than we thought we would, and it brought us up here. We've done some substantial things. Just don't have time for a lot of the smaller stuff. And you don't want to overstep your means. You see, some of our earlier ones, it was mostly about reporting information and knowing when to not proceed.
Okay. Well. Okay. Well, in that case, he just kind of slides everything, kind of sets it. That still doesn't like slide the folio back to you. Goes, how about you just kind of give me a quick summary of the kind of work you've done so far? That way I can get an understanding of where your specialties might be.
Well, we currently don't have our primary arcanist with us, but with him in our party, we have a well-rounded capability of different abilities. We most recently stopped the assassin attempt during... What was the name of that? I can remember the Elvish city that's down there by the Druids.
Rue Alatas.
In Rualtas, stopped that one, which would have halted negotiations between multiple nations. We investigated a series of undead in the mountains at, I can't remember the name of that mountain range. Reported that one. There was an issue with a rock, which we reported on, that it was initially just beasts disappearing, but took care of that. There was the goblin encampments in the mountains of, again, don't know these off the top of my head, mountain range near the beginning of it, which was actually goblin encampments that were several different goblin kingdoms working together, had a goblin ruler down there. So large scale espionage, assaults, uncovering information about certain undermining tactics. It's all within our wheelhouse that we can take care of. And with the backgrounds of each individual here, we have a wide breadth of connections that we can tap into.
Okay. He kind of looks around. Well, I suppose I could say a lot of the jobs we offer here are pretty run-of-the-mill. Caravan escorts, rescuing hostages, retrieving lost artifacts, delving ancient ruins, hunting particularly dangerous beasts, all of that kind of stuff. Well, yeah. So it seems like we have a lot of the same experience. Given your quest log, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little apprehensive considering sounds like you're not exactly the kind of people who are going to stick around in the city and build a reputation long term, which might affect the kind of jobs I'm able to give you. But assuming that doesn't bother you,
We do have a history of completing the jobs, or at least giving final information upon it, though we don't abandon any of them outright.
roll does that. No,
That's the truth.
mostly the truth. There are some you guys just note.
Yeah, well, we gave them the information that they required.
Anyway, so he
There's
takes a
something
look at.
eating my cows.
It was a
Oh,
rock.
it's a rock. It's this giant deadly bird.
The 747.
No, we're
Shut
gonna
up!
go
You
find
weren't
it.
even there.
The 747 keeps.
I know,
eating
but
the
Gander
fucking
was.
cows.
Was he though? Nah. Okay.
You can
so,
hire some stronger guys.
So
Forgot about that bird.
How could you?
he kind of sits and goes, "All right. Well, easy enough. Okay. Well, I suppose I can give you a provisional warrant in order to take jobs here within the domain. Understand though, not sure how much time you spent in the free cities. Most everything is city-states, so these jobs will only be within the domain, and if you plan on handling any jobs that are going to be in in other domains, you'll need to register with the, effective guild halls in those areas. We do have some around. The Adventurers Alliance specifically is also in Azran, and a couple other of the major towns here, so it should be easy enough, I guess, to get you guys moving forward. So,
Like a bureaucratic mess.
well, yeah, every domain, every principality has its own laws and rules, and then you have, some domains like over there in Chaosa who don't even have an adventurers guild. So, whatever. We kind of comes down, pulls out a sheet. Now for the stuff that sucks. Paperwork.
Oh, I love paperwork.
And you spend a little bit of time filling out the standard paperwork.
What was that other city
Okay.
you said that this Adventure Alliance was in?
Azerin.
Azerin.
That is considered the de facto capital. You guys passed through there via the Wayfarers Union.
Aye.
So, kind of takes it and goes, all right, everything looks good here. Looks around. All right. Looks down and hands you guys over a couple, like, simple kind of leather necklaces that have small kind of silver coins. Well, about the size of coins, but they've got eagles stamped into them.
Yeah. Hand with kelmak. Here's a Yandere. Athoria. To me.
Is this something I need to put in my inventory?
Yeah, I mean, I would, but
Eagle
It's not a-
stamped pendant.
yeah. Okay. So, after all that's done, he's like, okay, so, here's the general idea. Now that you've got this, this is one of our lower ranks, Eagle. It definitely goes up from there, so I don't necessarily anticipate you'll get too much in the way of leveling up your rank while you're here, ranking. But who knows? This at least get you started. I'm just kind of looking around, judging. You may end up getting to do some stuff here that's a little more. Let's not quite the level you guys are used to, but at this point, you just kind of have to prove yourself. Unfortunately,
Busy work. I
that-
love it.
yeah. But if you don't have a problem with that, we can take a look and see what's available now, if you like.
I think we were looking to get like a local tavern or an inn so we can get set up while we're starting the town. We'll probably stop by a little later.
Okay. No worries. Makes sense given the time of day. Unfortunately, you guys aren't really high enough rank in the guild for me to offer you lodgings here. But there are a couple good places in town you can go. If you're looking for something a little quieter, mostly townsfolk type thing, merchants, different clientele, the Storms Harbor Inn down near the shipyard is a good place. One's a little more catered to adventurers, and also the one that's a little closer here would be the Cursed Arrow.
Alright. Check those out and see which one we like. Thank you. Well,
Alright.
probably stop by a little later.
Yeah, I mean, neither of those places are seedy, so, I mean, really just kind of comes down to what makes the most sense for you guys. Whether you guys like the smell of salt and fish, but want to stay close to some action, or if you want something a little farther in town.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Gather up the paperwork. Let's go. Let's leave outside.
Yeah.
Alright.
Know where you guys going to first?
Do we want to go to the Cursed Arrow? Because it does kind of strike a chord with you, Volred. I'm just careful.
It is pretty on the nose.
The Cursed Arrow.
Alright.
Okay. So, you guys head just a little farther north. and find yourself before a grand timber and brick building with vaulted ceilings. The area has a rather expansive kind of outdoor eating and drinking patio space, which, from what you can tell where you're at, is completely full. There is a second floor with a number of windows, and that have like these planter boxes outside of them, which look to be where the individual rooms are located. And as you guys kind of step through in this kind of mosaic tile floor, with these large, thick redwood beams that hold up the area in front of these vaulted ceilings. Large kind of antler and wrought iron chandeliers hang from everything with like little motes of like dancing light that just kind of go through them and bathe everything in a kind of low atmospheric but not dim light. Most of the area here, you don't really see any bar or servers going around, other than a couple bussers who are in the process of taking food and cleaning tables. It looks like most of the food that is here seems to be handled up at the front.
Yeah, looks like we lost our kelmak.
Hey,
Oh.
I'm in the wrong spot.
let's get over it.
Sorry, I'm back. I'm alive.
Accidentally pressed the X button.
No,
Yeah.
I was having a good go there. It was inevitable,
All right, Thanos.
but we're back.
Yep. So, yep, the interior of this area also looks mostly full. It seems that in this wonderful evening, most people are interested in eating outside. But they, yeah, it's a relatively nice place.
What is the weather like?
Here, at this point, you guys are kind of rounding what would be the end of March. So, cool in the evening, but still relatively nice during the day. No rainfall here, though it looks like you might see some like far, off in the distance. But you do still get enough of that kind of breeze from the ocean and the Gulf to, make this a very nice kind of California type weather.
So like SoCal.
Yes, except you are like completely surrounded by like forests and mountains. So everything kind of feels a little bit kind of like a rather large lakeside town.
Fill me in. The cursed arrow was full.
The outside patio
Okay.
was full. There's plenty of spots to eat in here. It's just with the weather being so nice, it seems most people have chosen to dine outside.
Roger.
But, yep.
I guess we
I'll-
go inside.
Yeah, I'll go in the front door.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You guys are in there. You're just kind of standing at the front door, ogling the place.
Is there a front person?
Yep.
Someone looks
This
like they're
is
in
this
charge.
this is an inn, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Are there tables?
There are tables. And to reiterate, it looks as though all the ordering and such is being handled at a front desk.
To the front desk.
Okay.
Yandere is just gonna walk up to the front desk.
I'm pushing Kelmac that way. Go.
Yeah.
What?
in the way.
You kind of reach the front desk. There is a human woman in this kind of uh, rather kind of nice, orderly suit almost. That kind of looks over at you. And, welcome to the Cursed Arrow. What can I do for you?
We need rooms. Yes. Look around cushioningly. Rooms. Yes, and food.
Jandre will like go over to Volred real quick. Volred, the name of this tavern isn't gonna like trigger you or anything, right?
Well, no, it won't.
Okay, great. Keep going, kelmak.
Yes, rooms and food and drinks. You have rooms available? Two rooms?
Please.
Two?
Yeah, 2 rooms.
Yes, we can handle that. The standard room that we have available is 8 silver per evening. We do have some higher tier rooms if you're looking to stretch out a bit more. Those are 2 gold an evening. That is not inclusive of food, however. But it does include kindling for the fireplaces, as well as access to water for your baths.
I'll pay 2 gold for the upper scale room.
Okay. I guess I'll pay the other 2 gold for the other room.
Just for the night.
Very well. And she kind of goes through, takes the gold, kind of moves over to like a lockbox. Any particular requests for the room?
Could they be adjacent to each other?
She kind of looks as though she's fumbling through. Yes, I do have a couple options. Would you like something facing the street, or perhaps the neighboring shops?
Shops? Streets?
Street? Street.
That's a street.
I say street.
Street.
Excellent. And she kind of takes 2. She passes over 2 ornate bronze keys that kind of have a little loop of with a tag and a room number connected by like a ribbon, a loop of ribbon. And she kind of passes
Very
that over.
chic.
Yes. Now, the tap room should be open for about another half hour here. The kitchens, however, are open most of the night. And if you guys are interested in settling in, I could have something brought to your room if you like.
I think I'll eat out here. Y'all want to go pack in or eat with me out here, or
Well, I'll eat down here with you.
yeah.
Yeah, I guess
Not looking to get
you guys.
Not looking to get drunk either, so
Oh, what do we got? 30 minutes. 30 minutes till last call.
I can try.
I will go off to the room and relax.
I was gonna drop myself off at the room.
Did you want me to bring you some food?
Yes.
Is there any kind of food that you like?
No. Whatever the table orders. Find something and bring it to me, and I'd appreciate it.
Sure.
You go to Vora, Jandre, which one of you are going with Izal and Kelmak? Don't know why I said my name.
Oh, I don't really mind. Already, since you're going to a room, I would assume you would probably need someone's key. Whose key are you taking?
I was going up to drop myself off at the room anyway.
Good question, I guess. Been a moment where back at the palace I could just walk into my room. I guess I'm not there anymore. Good call.
Why is this door locked? Absurd.
Old habits die hard.
But they don't die twice.
Who's
It's just like you guys were there in Kyosa like all of 4 or 5 days.
You got
After
spoiled.
months of retraining, you regressed
All red
in
day.
that short a time.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how it works.
Bad habits die hard, but they don't die twice.
who is staying with who?
All right, just stay
Sound
with
like
me.
now. There
There you go.
Decided. Thank you.
We will both go up to the room.
As advertised, the rooms are quite large, with 2 beds of reasonably large size. Even kelmak shouldn't have any problem fitting in those. There's a closet with fresh linens. The pillows are goose down. There's also a long writing desk, a small kind of circular table, and a fireplace that appears well stocked with wood.
Sweet. I mean, it's not Chateau Vorade, but it's pretty good for adventurer.
Well, I guess it's back to the life of adventuring, so this will do.
I set
And I
some
just
papers and books down on the writing desk. Like, I'm gonna go try to see if there's any meaning behind the name of the tavern when I go back downstairs. Do you want me to lock the door, or are you good here?
I'll take care of locking it.
All right. I go downstairs.
Yeah.
And I walk up to the door to lock it. I don't put any furniture in front of the door, but after I lock it and start to walk or pace back to the bed, I stop, turn around and go up to the door handle and just kind of jiggle it a few times. Kind of, there's a feeling of aloofness, but also a feeling of like, oh, God, I can't believe I just did that. Sort of disgust, and walk back to the bed and just kind of throw myself down and strike a kind of side pose of just like curling up into the fetal position.
Yeah, especially after how unentertaining jiggling that handle was, because I mean, those are some quality handles. Like, there's not a lot of slop in them. So,
I like sloppy handles.
God damn it.
yeah, okay. So, those of you guys who are downstairs,
Yeah, so like, it's not packed. It's just nice out, so people are eating outside. So it shouldn't be hard to grab a table. Do they give us like a number or like?
yeah, like after you guys order, you just pick a spot, and before long, the food is brought out to you.
What do they got? Lamb, chuck roast.
They specialize in brisket.
You got brisket.
No. So on
They got
tonight.
jerky because a cursed arrow turns someone into living jerky.
So the meals, there are 3 meals. They're a silver apiece and come with drink. One is kind of the simpler option, which is like eggs, cashew bread, tanker of meat, and then a variety of other stewed vegetables. You can get braised duck with cardamom and dried peach paired with whiskey, or you can get skewers, braised or roasted mutton and carrots, served with beer.
Hot damn, I'm going for the
The beer.
Did you say
not
mutton?
because mutton.
No one picks.
Oh, yeah.
What the hell's wrong with you?
Wait, what was the second option?
Braised duck with cardamom and dried peach with whiskey.
I'll do that one.
And you said they're all the same price?
Yep.
It is the same
Expensive.
price.
Yeah, I mean, see, 1 silver. I mean, that's actually not that big of a meal. But yeah, because a place like, actually, yeah, that's a good modest meal, and that's all kind of brought out for you guys.
I'll drop the silver for myself and the silver for Vol.
We'll order some duck for Volred. And Yandere, what do you think Izal would want? The mutton and not the right? Would she want the
I
duck?
come down like 5 minutes later. Like I'm not gone.
Zal just said she was going to go put her stuff in the room and she would come down and eat.
Okay.
She swings an axe pretty heavy, and I don't want to get her food order wrong. Have you
Then I
ever
will.
seen a mad dwarf? Whenever you mess up their food order,
Yes. Yes, I have.
well then we won't want to do that. So we'll just let Isal order her food.
Hey guys.
See, there she is.
Lady of the hour.
Huh?
What do you care to eat?
Ah,
We got soup with bread and meat, roast duck, with whiskey,
What?
or mutton skewers with beer.
I think he's just making his own menu as he goes. I'll just
You
take the
got
soup.
the duck.
He
Almost
actually got it okay.
You got the
I
main
left
part,
out a lot
okay.
of details. I got
Yes. The first one
meat
wasn't
of the
soup.
menu.
It's boiled eggs, cashew bread, and stewed vegetables. But
I'm going
Oh.
with the duck. I'm gonna mix and match a few things, but like duck and some stewed vegetables and meat and things.
No, you can't change.
I fucking will.
easy enough.
I'll get a similar
Uh,
thing for Volred.
Yeah, and Calmac, as they come and they bring you out the skewers, they're served on an arrow. So you get like these 3 arrows that have all your meat and vegetables on them.
I will look tentatively towards Volred, just like
Who's not present at the table.
With your
Oh.
X-ray
Oh, okay.
vision.
He is actually triggered by the name of the restaurant.
I come into the room to have a chat. I'm eating meat off an arrow, just like. "Ah!"
He's not afraid of arrows.
I know. God damn.
If we get our food and things, I'm gonna go get back up to the front desk where they were doing all their stuff. I'll talk to the lady who's at the front again and kind of ask her that. Is there a? I noticed the skewers come with arrows. Is there like a meaning behind the name of the tavern, like the cursed arrow?
Well, actually, I suppose I'll spare you the long story. It's more of a personal experience for the innkeeper, Jeffrey. He's a former adventurer. He built a name to the place, but it's one of those stories that he likes to tell. It changes a little bit each time it's told, and honestly, most of the time, you never really understand what the story was about.
I'd actually love stories. Is he around? Is he busy? I'd like to actually hear the story.
All right, if you're quite certain.
If it
She kind of
takes
leans back.
coercing to get him out of here, we'll do it.
No. Jeffrey, guest would like to speak with you. And then from the back, you kind of hear, oh, one moment. And he kind of comes out, and you see just kind of bobbing a little bit. A halfling man, somewhat tall for being a halfling, kind of comes and goes, 1 minute, sir. And he kind of goes and slides over a stool to kind of stand on, and then comes up. Goes, hi, name's Jeffrey. I happen to be the innkeeper. Apologies, is there something wrong with your room?
No, I just was curious about the name of the tavern. She had mentioned that it's a story that you had because you used to be an adventurer. You had a cursed arrow tale.
Yes. Well, he kind of looks around and goes, well, they don't really have it on display because honestly, it's a bit of bad luck, really. But some adventurers, friends of mine, we were delving a ruin somewhere in the mountains north of here, part of a dragon's hoard, or at least once was. And then we found no, that's east of here. North. Basically, if you're taking the road west, as if you're going to Azran, and then heading up north on the western end, the western edge of the mountains, as if you're going to Table. But anyway, delving an area there that was said to still be some remnants of a dragon's hoard. Found some remnants of the hoard. Most of the gear was destroyed. However, there was a magic arrow that we did find. Beautiful thing, too. A dark black shaft, black feathers, but the tip was this, as if it was kind of made of some kind of green glass. It was quite interesting. We dared not shoot it, as though the arrow may have been magical. We didn't know what the tip would do. But nonetheless, we feel it was in some form of curse, as anytime one of us was playing with it and got nicked, we had a bit of a curse or a disease that would strike us. Something that would sap our constitution. Unfortunately, it killed 2 of my former party members when a cure couldn't be found. The other 2 wanted nothing to do with it, so I keep it locked up in a tiny little box.
How did they die?
Well, the first 2, the first one got some kind of plague that slowly the extremities started to turn black and crumble as if it was charcoal. Eventually, he started doing the same thing, but from the inside of his organs out. By the time we finally thought he was dead, we went to lift him when the plague doctors got in, and basically his entire insides had just basically turned to little dust mulch with a kind of a skin suit. It's really unfortunate.
Did his skin look like beef jerky?
No, a bit pale, but no, strangest thing that I ever saw, really. Started from the inflection point, however. The second one, well, unfortunately, he got a bit of a mental, I suppose. Started going crazy, howling at the moon, seeing things that weren't there, and caused a bit of trouble, and eventually he just ran through the streets butt naked, stabbing folk all random like. Guards had to put him down. It's
Got haram made.
well,
Dicks out.
at any rate,
Whoa!
yes, unfortunately, the manner in which they died was quite odd and southern, and the entire thing really didn't take more than a couple months start to finish.
Wow, that's an interesting story. And you keep it? Did you ever get it checked out? You just kind of keep it around as a. Is it a good luck charm or a bad luck charm?
I'd say it's a bad luck charm myself. I mean, on one hand, I do occasionally get wizards or other scholars and sages who come to the area hearing about the arrow. They pay me good money to spend time with it and study it. Not a single one's really been able to tell me anything about it other than the fact it's cursed. And as far as they can tell, the arrowhead is made from some kind of magic crystallized, similar to like a mage shard. But the magic that belongs within it is powerful curse. So it's about all I've ever come to know about it.
Have you ever had a cleric come by and remove the curse?
Of course, I've had some people offering, interested. But, nah, as odd as it sounds, the arrow's worth a lot more to me cursed than not. As normally I can get $500 a day from a wizard who wants to spend a little bit of time with it, and
What's a dollar?
did I say $500? 500 gold a day.
I wasn't here for this. Shh.
Yeah. But no, good point.
He
Yeah,
wakes
I guess
up. He wakes up. What's a dollar?
sand dollars. 500 sand dollars.
Government controlled currency.
500 gold a day. So, plus, the amount I pick up from people wanting to get a piece of it.
Well, I guess it's a bit of good luck and bad luck. Bad luck that what happened to your party members, but good luck that it can still fulfill some type of use.
Aye.
Did you have to name the tavern after it, though?
True, but,
Was that the first name you had for the tavern, or is it something else you're like, I need a way to boost up the numbers?
No, what's the name I had for it, first off? I suppose in one respect, I suppose it's got a bit of a tourism angle to it. As just like you folk, people come in from time to time asking me how I came up with the name. I tell the story, and more than a few are interested and pay me to get a look at the thing. So, it's a conversation starter that is proving quite lucrative. I mean, of course, it's horrible, and portion of all the money I get, I do, send to my friends' families, and it's, doesn't, it's a small token, really, but still, in a certain way, it helps make sure they have a little bit of something for themselves, since they can't have their loved ones.
So how much does it to get a peek at it?
Ah, interested. See, that's what I'm telling you.
You know it was going to happen.
Well, it's usually about 5 gold. Obviously, you can't touch it, but yeah, you get yourself a minute or two to just have a look at it.
Cool. Well, I don't want to look at it right now, but I'm definitely going to want to look at it later. But I'm going to go finish eating. It's a great story. I'll tell everyone I know.
Hey, well, that's good. That's good. So, if you change your mind, just, I'll be here.
I go back to the table. I guess Kelmak is the only one at the table because Yandre came up at some point.
Oh,
We just left him there.
that's fine. I was enjoying my food.
They got a cursed arrow. Like a real one.
Like they still have it.
Yeah, he has it kept up in like a box somewhere, and if you touch the tip of it,
You're gonna die.
it turns like your inside's black, and you die.
Or you go
What?
batshit crazy.
Why is it so cursed?
It has some kind of magic shard on the end of it.
Why hasn't he destroyed it?
There's
I
As I
feel
would-
like you're asking the wrong group of people, and you should probably ask the owner.
Probably.
He's getting a lot of money out of just keeping it around.
So it's like the biggest ball of
It's a
yarn.
tourist attraction, that's right.
Well, hopefully it has seen the end of cursing people.
I'm gonna look at it.
See,
Oh, I want.
you told me about it, and
wanna
I
see
knew
it.
I knew you were gonna want to touch it.
I'm not gonna touch it. No. That's stupid.
We can touch it?
No.
Well, I'm sure you could probably touch it if you paid enough money, but like,
There's some
Don't.
there's some waivers you're gonna have to sign on that one. I know someone who would definitely touch it if they were around right now, but y'all don't know them, so don't worry about it.
but don't touch it, Yandere.
Oh, I'm not gonna touch a
Okay.
cursed item. I was just curious that they would let people touch it.
And that's I'm gonna bring some food up to Volred. This is pretty good.
Fuck, how much longer till they fucking close the bar? I'm gonna get
5 minutes ago.
I'll take it up to him. I said I would bring it to him.
All right.
Which room are you in?
The one next to kelmak's number 4.
Okay, but what room?
4.
So rooms 4 and 5 are our rooms, or 4 and 3?
3 and 4.
3 and 4.
3 and 4.
Okay.
Okay, but okay. Volred's in room 4.
It's whichever one the key works on out of those.
I'm gonna look at the tag on my key, Eric. What tag is on? What number is on my key?
There's a number on it. It doesn't matter.
It
Dear Lord.
matters to me, DM. It matters to me.
Okay, this is what I'm gonna say. If that matters to you, then I am going to adjust the amount of lore drop in the game moving forward to be commensurate with that level of detail.
There's
What
gonna
does
be.
the key holder look like?
Oh no.
There's a ribbon.
Anyway,
Describe
Yandere,
the tarnish on the doorknob.
You said it was a fine
as
polished
you
brass.
are making your way up the stairs to the second floor, there is a bit of a shiver that goes up your spine, and the hair on the back of your neck stands up. A familiar feeling of death. As you kind of make your way and then look around, you watch as a young elven woman, or at least you assume her to be young, makes her way into the inn with a cloak, dark green, banded with kind of gold threaded sigils. She has a mess of pouches on one side, a book on the other, and then carries a gnarled staff. A caster, an arcanist of some kind that you can tell. She looks around, slightly paranoid, from what you can tell with the gesture. But you get the brief feeling of a spirit not yet seen by you, but you feel its presence, that seems to move in her wake.
Reggie, I don't have a lot of time to unpack this, but do you see any other spirits around me? Or in that general direction?
It's a platter in your hand.
Reggie will whisper in the somewhat, weird way he does, even though he doesn't have to do so, because it's not like anyone else can hear him. Yes. And it's the spirit of a male elf who bears a grudge against her.
Oh, so it looks angry. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go get this food to Volrag real quick, and then we can come back out and we can talk about this a little bit more. Cool? I'm gonna take that as a yes. Alright.
Sorry, I just popped over to look at the chat right quick and was like, oh my god. And I was jumping back between like reading legitimate questions and looking at GIFs. Because you guys suck. But no, that was not a pun.
More gifts, Eric. More gifts
Or
incoming.
pun not intended. No, not doing it. You know what? You're getting no. You know what? You're getting
Getting the
muted.
bad hammer.
Yeah, you are now muted. Or the channel is muted.
Oh, buddy.
Anyway, so namaste. So, yes, you make your way up to the room, just kind of stopping at one of the kind of large, similarly dome or curved wooden doors. A little nice brass placard. Do a quick check to match up the numbers.
Yeah, so I will attempt to unlock the door. Well, first I will jiggle the handle, and I'll see if it even is locked.
I don't know. Was the door locked? I believe so. Yeah,
You'll notice that
locked,
it-
and a disappointing amount of jiggle. The locking mechanism is well cinched, so like when you go to kind of push down, you get the feeling this is one of those that when you depress, it'll just go click. It's like, damn. High-end finishes.
I jiggle the handle and then I unlock the door, then I open the door with the expectancy of there being some furniture on the other side, so it's kind of an aggressive opening of the door. But to my dismay, whenever I open the door and there's no furniture on the other side, I'm a little disappointed once I enter the room.
Yeah. What have I told you? I raised you better than this, Full Red.
Volred, are you in here?
I flip
So-
over and sit up and just stare at Yandre.
There's a lot going on here, and I think we can talk about this later, but there is a bad ghost in this place, and so I really need you to start putting stuff in front of the door.
Okay.
Good. This is the food that you asked for.
Thank you.
Great. I have things that I need to talk to Reggie and Sal about. Do you need anything else?
No, you seem like you need to be somewhere. Thank you.
Great. I will see you soon. Again, put something in front of the door. Ghosts like to slam doors open as pranks, and it's not funny whenever it's a bad ghost. I will see you later. And then you see Andre just kind of walking hurriedly.
Volred goes up to the door, locks it, once again audibly sighs, and then locates a near piece of furniture and just pulls it in front of the door, starts
Okay.
walking back to the bed, looks behind at the handle, and thinks, fuck it, and goes back and lies down.
So you left the door unlocked?
No. I locked it,
Huh.
put the thing in front of the door, paused, thinking about going back up and jiggling the handle, but didn't.
Okay. Self-restraint.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, while all this is transpiring, what are Izal and Kelmak doing?
I'm gonna see if I can get a couple more drinks before they close the bar.
He's got a whole bunch of them.
Just like
Yeah,
these gotta
not a
last.
big
These gotta
deal.
last me all evening, bruh.
Yeah, not a big deal. You can get the bar. The barkeep also tells you as a quick reminder that while the public tap room is closing, right up until the late evening, you can order food and just have it delivered to your room. Just the public tap room is closed, so you'd have to be a guest to keep drinking.
Oh,
Well, set
So-
them down. Let's drink them.
oh well, fuck it. I'm gonna like slide half to you, just like, well, you're gonna get a waste if they get warm now.
Suck it.
And just start drinking at a moderate pace.
Just watch this. I get a bit of I put a small cap on top of one of the flagons, tie it down on top of it, and put it in my bag of colding. Like,
Oh, fuck.
This-
I'm gonna look.
we gotta return the cup, so because
Yeah, we
That's
can't
stealing,
can't
man.
keep the cup. Yes, that is theft, which is not okay. Yeah, I'm gonna just find something that I can cover the drinks with so they don't spill everywhere inside the bag of colding.
it's like
that'd be good.
it's surface tension with like a coaster. Put it there, it won't leak because it's floating in an infinite void. But it's just I need something to hold it against.
Oh, because the bag of colding is like a bag of holding. It
But
has no
smaller.
gravity.
It's just smaller.
Okay, smaller and keeps things from spoiling.
Yes, and everything in there is ridiculously cold, and there is no air.
Excellent. Frosty mugs. Got another thing for Gander. Fucking frosty mugs in the bar.
I don't need Gander. I've been buying all my cool shit. I didn't need him. This the decanter of endless water. I got all kinds of cool stuff on me.
That was a quick smackdown.
Well, he's probably working on a washing machine building or some stupid crap. A laundromat. That was it.
Yeah.
Okay. But before long, Yandere returns to the bottom floor. I don't know whether or not Yandere is going to return to the party. But the elven woman that you had seen previously, as you kind of take a quick look around, is still present. She appears to be getting a, last call, absolute, one of the last people mix of the boiled eggs, the bread, and stewed vegetables with mead. But she's just kind of over in the corner, and you see she's kind of like hovered over her food as if she expects someone's to come and take it anytime. But occasionally her eyes flick up just to kind of see, though she doesn't appear to notice your gaze.
Do I feel like she's eating in a hurry to the point where if I go back to the table, she's gonna be gone by the time I get back?
She does appear hurried, and you're not. And with the tap room closing, you're not sure if she's actually a guest. She might just be getting the last call of food before she departs and goes wherever else she's going. Or maybe she's here. Who knows?
I'm trying to think of how Spring Yandere would play this out.
Okay. Well, while you figure that out, Fullred, what are you doing now that you have a bit of solitude again?
Just sitting and kind of moping a little bit.
Okay. All right. Sitting and moping.
Sitting and moping.
I'm telling you, Kelmak,
Yep.
it's probably the same kind of arrow that got forward.
I mean, you said he said I turned them like into coal or like crumbled them like coal.
What is the disease like the outside? Maybe he missed the jerky part. I don't know.
I mean, maybe he did say he was shot with an arrow.
What if this arrow is like owned the same type of organization that took care of it? Who knows?
But didn't he say he found it in a dragon horde?
It was near one. What is a reminiscence of one? Dragons have all kinds of old shit in their stuff. This could be an old organization.
What if the dragon died because it like sat down and it pricked it and then it just like?
Oh, it's like died from an infection.
That would be not fun to watch.
Is Yandere at our table? No? Okay.
Nope.
I mean, it's
Caleb do?
it can. If Caleb was here, then I think he would be.
He definitely want to see it.
Yeah, he definitely want to touch it.
No, can't let him touch it. Last thing we
Do
need
you
is
think-
2 people that are cursed.
He needs to just like wrap the tip up. That way it's safe.
I wonder if it's like perpetually sharp. Is the material that's made out of like invincible? Because you could dull an arrow. It would be very safe after that.
But if it's made out of like a crystal, then it does. Is it like immortally sharp? Can it not be dulled? Is magic gonna make it do that?
If you
I
could
don't
wrap
know.
it with something, what if you encase the tip of it with like wax? But like not like all of it, just enough where you can get access some of it.
I mean, if it's indestructible, I would just encase it in glass, and then it really can't get out. You can see it, you just can't get out.
So, but the point
I
is,
see the other two are writhing.
the point is to be able
Ignore us.
to like touch the arrow without stabbing yourself. If you encase it in glass, you can't touch it.
But I mean, Caleb doesn't. He doesn't like do the detect magic and have to touch the thing, right?
No,
he
but
can just detect magic and just look at it.
Well, I've been around him. For
Look, no
longer than
touch.
you. That dude touches first, then looks. How do you think he got the book? That was for me. The other book. The other book was also for me. I should quit supplying him with dangerous things. You know, I shouldn't tell him about this arrow. That's what I'm coming to terms with.
Just don't tell him about the arrow, because if we conclude our business here and we leave, and then we link back up with him, and we tell him about the arrow, he's gonna want to come back.
I kind of want to know about it though. What if we show Volred the arrow, and he's like, "That's the arrow I saw right before it shot me in the back." Well, that doesn't make any sense. He couldn't see it from behind.
I mean, it's worth a shot.
What if he felt like
Huh,
a bee
get
getting
it? Worth a
closer?
shot.
Yeah. Wish we had a nerd around here. We need more nerds.
Where's Yandere? There's...
Well, I look around. Is there anyone
Uh,
look? Is there anyone looking at us?
roll
That's
me
what
a
I'm looking at.
perception check.
Perception. All right.
I
First
will
roll of the night.
assist.
You roll your own perception.
Assist.
F you.
Yeah, I'll roll my own perception.
Get out of here. I don't need your help.
19.
19.
Oh, shit.
Ah.
9.
Yeah, so no one really seems to be looking at you, as far as you can tell. You do spot Yandere kind of off to the side, though. Not as though he's hiding, per se, but he is kind of trying to keep a low profile. And he appears to be, I guess you would say, in spy mode. He appears to be keeping an eye on something.
I'm going to use my better judgment
Surveillance.
and assume that he's doing that on purpose, because that's not Yandere that I know. Yandere would be just straightforward, so he's got to be doing that for a reason. And now I'm just kind of looking around.
You see him?
See if
Where
he's
is he?
ignoring us. No, much more we have
Is
to
he
drink.
busy?
I pull out 2 more of the cold ones. Alright,
Fuck.
another one. You ordered them in bulk. It's on you.
I didn't think ahead.
I'm good. I'm just gonna keep hanging out with Kelmak.
They were just until
we
until
got
I
a lot
decided
of
to
cold
go back to
drinks
my
to
room.
go through now.
Okay. So Yandere will be like kind of keeping an eye on this individual, to a certain point, and then all at one moment, 1 nanosecond, you see Yandere's face just go, and then he starts walking. He's going to walk up to the individual in green.
Okay. So he did like a Calum, except instead of just staring off in the distance, he was looking around at stuff. Yeah, kind of. And so you're going to walk up to the woman?
Yeah.
Okay. As you kind of approach, her head kind of looks up to see yours. She moves back a little bit as if her initial reaction is defensive, but kind of calms a little bit as she kind of sees you. A little, I guess you would say, a little bit of composure coming back to her, because and speaks to you in Elvish. Well, what are you doing here?
Well, and this is all in Elvish as well. Well, normally I don't just walk up to people. Well, no, I do just walk up to people quite often. But in your particular instance, you have a ghost following you. And I don't see a lot of ghosts following other people. And I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that.
He kind of is kind of startled for a second. Goes, what? And then kind of is looking around. And then after a moment, kind of looks at you and it's like, how do you know that? Your accent, it's strange.
Oh,
Where
no,
do you yield from?
Oh, the Feywild.
Kind of looks you over, kind of taking in the longer eyebrows, the longer ears. Neladrin. Wow. I've heard stories of your folk. Ancient kindred of ours separated by time. Still, what do you know of this ghost that follows me?
Well, I talk to ghosts on my own accord, and the ones that follow me around told me that there is a male elvish spirit that is following you.
Kind of sits there for a moment. I see. Well, thank you for letting me know. I shall endeavor to have it handled at the church at first opportunity.
He does seem quite angry at you. I'm not sure why or what, but it would be better for you to absolve whatever reason he's angry at you, and then allow him to cross over.
He kind of looks at it and goes, I don't think that resolution can be reached peacefully.
Why? The only reason why any resolution wouldn't be reached peacefully is if they were a vengeful spirit because you
Well, I suppose reaching the church better sooner rather than later. I'll head as soon as I'm done here.
Yes. Safe travels.
Thank you.
And then
And just kind of goes back to eating.
Yandra's going to walk back towards the table. Obviously not within air. How big is this place?
Not as big as some of the inns you've been to, especially here in the Prime Material, but it's a pretty good size. You would imagine about the size, I would say, like a Chili's.
Relatively populated. It's last. I know that it's dwindling.
The crowd is dropping by the minute. Most of the people who are here don't seem to be in any hurry to leave, so you're guessing that they are guests of the inn.
Great. I'm gonna go back to the table where Izal and Kelmek are sitting, and I'm gonna sit down. But as I'm sitting down, I look at them and I go, I just need you to nod your head and smile for a little bit. Okay?
I got you.
Great. And then Yandere is going to look at Izal and Kelmek, but be talking to Reggie, and just like, Reggie, the ghost friend that was with our traveler, is there any way you can figure out why he is so angry at her?
Reggie, through the various means that spirits do, somewhat makes it plain to you that this ghost is one that is not taking any kind of physical form. So it's hard to say. But, I mean, Reggie's not really an expert on ghosts either. He's just like, I am one, and I know what works for me. But, yes. But I will just say for you that though you are familiar with these kind of sixth sense, feelings, this one's a little more intense. And you definitely get a feeling of urgency underpinning it.
And then this is just as a character, like me thinking through. I would imagine that sense of death means something may have happened recently, like the immediate feeling of death when she walked in. Would that be kind of an understanding, hey, something has recently happened that caused somebody to die?
More so a spirit with a forceful presence.
Okay, so it's just incredibly vengeful.
Yeah.
All right.
In fact, roll me a religion check.
Why a religion? I am so
because it has to do with undeath.
I know. I'm just so bad at those. I started off as a rogue. Okay?
You do learn more by, experience anyway, so.
I got a 10.
Yeah, I mean, you have basic understandings. There's a lot of different types of ghosts. They're more or less kind of similar, and a lot of them you've only just kind of heard of. It's possible that this spirit is not a run-of-the-mill ghost. But
okay. Well, with that, Yandere is going to try to keep an eye on the individual while she's currently in the tavern/inn. And then when she makes a move, then Yandere might have some additional thoughts.
Okay. All right.
That's good.
Yeah. So with that, the woman's going to finish her meal and is going to depart, presumably to head towards the temple, um, as was stated.
What are we doing?
But okay. Anything else you guys wanted to do before you hit the bed, hit the hay, go to bed?
I would like to ask the barkeep where the closest temple is.
The barkeep thinks for a good minute. Here in Cordiston, closest one to here, probably the Temple of Cathar. It should be pretty easy to say. See, it's just west of here. It's got the very tall, pointed roofs. Kind of golden colored shingles.
You said pointed what?
Yes, they have like very steep, pointed roofs that are golden color. Or like yellow gold.
Okay, cool. That'll be it for Yandere at this moment.
Okay. Anything else that you guys are going to do before you go to bed?
Andre, what was that about?
Well, the lady who just left is being followed by a very angry ghost. As soon as she walked in, I felt death on her. But I don't know the reason why the ghost is angry with her.
Should we go help her?
Maybe not help. Usually, whenever a ghost is vengeful, it means that it was done wrong in its life. And so, this might be one of those cases where the ghost is seeking some resolution.
Maybe she cheated on him.
Do we help the ghost? How do we do that?
I don't know. I don't know what she did to the ghost. And I can't figure that out on my own just yet. But I do think that she's going to the Temple of Cathar. And so I wonder if the clerics there will be able to provide any additional insight.
Okay.
I think she murdered someone.
Oh.
That sucks, man. That'll ruin your whole day.
Yeah, I mean, like, you murder people, but there's no vengeful ghosts that are coming after you.
That's because they fucking
Yeah.
deserved it.
Yeah, I
Any
think
further
like
proof that monsters don't have souls.
They weren't defending.
we've killed humans, Eric. We've killed
that
humans.
bugbear attacked me in my fucking sleep. He deserved it.
But I agree. We've killed people and beasts and monsters, and nothing's really come after us, because I think when they get to the other side, they know that they were wrong. Do what they do.
Some ancient magics, way, way, way long ago, I would assume in your prime material, used to say that elves didn't have souls and they couldn't be revived. But magic has grown since then, and we've learned more about it. I don't necessarily think that there are limitations to what we could do, but I think a more seasoned cleric might have more information.
Wait, so you see ghosts and like sense death around them. So that lady had a ghost that had vengeful presence towards her. You have the smell of death on Volred, and something similar to Calum. And you say that I have this death sense around me, but not for the same reason. But how come I don't have ghosts around me? I'm sure they didn't like me.
I don't know.
Cowards.
Like, why don't
They have to kill something.
So
that was a drunky Saltburn. Like, you gotta kill something. That's how it works.
normally it's just a sense of people who have experienced death recently. But this one is different. I couldn't see this ghost. Reggie told me about the ghost. Uh, so I haven't. It hasn't been made visible to me. You know what, Eric? Once we stop and we pause, I'm gonna ask you a question, but that's gonna be after this.
Is it are ghosts invisible, and can you cast see invisibility to see ghosts?
No, it's not that. I have something else that I need to get clarification on and whether or not that would have worked.
I'm gonna
But
go
yeah.
up to the room then, and Yandere, can I have the key?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, Forward may have put other things in front of the door.
Hey, alright. I go up to the room. Oh, I come back down. And I pull another mug out. Here you go, kelmak.
I'm gonna finish these, and I'm gonna come up to the room.
You've got your own key, bye-bye.
Yeah.
And I go up to the room. I unlock the door. Jiggle the handle. I just shove the door open. All the way. Just moving the furniture behind it. Move. Housekeeping. Turn down service. I bring mint onto your pillow.
You better actually have a mint, or I'm going to be disappointed.
I don't have a mint. What do I have? I have honey. You want some honey?
I do.
Alright. I turn around and I close the door and I lock it. And I move the ottoman back in front of the thing. I just jiggle the handle a little. And I go over to the table. I pull out my cold beer and I put it on the table. I pull out a small cup. I pull out my alchemist jug. And I say, honey. And I pour out honey into the cup. Here you go.
The cup that had stuff in it?
It might have.
Because if so, that stuff is now frozen solid.
It's a chilled cup now. There's some honey on it. If you let this thaw out, it'll be honeyed beer. There was a ghost downstairs apparently. Yandere took care of it. I'm gonna go to sleep now. Oh,
Good night.
Alright, hold on a second. I go to the desk and I write a note drunkenly on the desk. On my paper there. I'll do that in the morning. And then I go to bed.
So, you guys head to bed this evening at the
Yandere,
Cursed
Kelmak.
Arrow Inn.
Yandere and kelmak, alright.
For what?
Yandere.
I'm going to remain down in the lobby when everybody else goes to bed.
Okay.
The rooms face the floor, right? Yes. Whatever. Yandere will have the key for the room.
Okay. Alright. So, with that, we'll go ahead and close it out for session 68. Come and join us next Tuesday for chapter 69. And we will see what goes on when that transpires. As a reminder, no adjacent with Jace this Thursday. That won't be back until the end of the month. So feel free to hold on to your questions. Lots of kelmak stuff, so that next time kelmak comes on, we can really hit him with a bunch of questions. But yeah, so social should be in the Discord. You'll be able to watch the VOD here on Twitch. Yeah, and social on Discord on Twitch. You know what I'm saying.
They don't know what.
Good night, everyone. See you next
Good night.
Tuesday.
Yeah.